Chapter 2705. Zi Xieching and the rest also had the same idea. If one were to look down from the sky, they would be able to see clearly that there were two huge groups of people that were charging towards the two mountains in two different directions. Saber light flashed. Zi Xieching and Mo Qingguo were both top-notch experts, and they were almost above the East Emperor Demon Empress. With the two of them flying at full speed, they were extremely fast, and they even flew to the peak of the Two Boundaries mountain first. When they looked down, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the distant sky, there was a huge wave of sky devils and flying devils spreading their wings and flying in mid-air, rushing over in a black mass. On the ground in the distance, there was an even larger army of extraterrestrial demons. They were roaring in all kinds of strange shapes and sizes as they rushed over at full speed. The size of the ground army was at least tens of millions. There were no less than hundreds of thousands of flying demons in the sky, only more and less. We definitely won't be able to defend against an attack of this scale with our manpower. Zi Xieching's face was pale. This was only the first wave of heavenly demons rushing over. There would definitely be more and more demons coming over, and there would only be more and more of them. However, even this first wave had considerable strength, enough to swallow the people from purple cloud heavens that he was leading in one gulp. Qingguo, quickly go back and ask for help. Quick! You must be quick! Zi Xieching said hurriedly, ask Chuyang and the rest to send people over quickly. We need at least 10 top experts to be able to defend this place. Hold on until the other armies come to help. All right, then you be more careful. Mo Qingguo knew that this was not the time to hesitate, so she made a prompt decision. Her body turned into a rainbow and disappeared with a swoosh. Now time was life and death. Mo Qingguo definitely wouldn't say things like, "What about you? What will you do after I leave? You can't do it alone," or nonsense like that, even if it was just one more word. Wasting time at this moment would be a great crime. Zi Xieching stood proudly on the peak of the mountain, her red dress fluttering in the wind. A cold, murderous aura slowly rose on her face. This is my father's purple cloud heavens. Now I'm fighting here. The purple cloud heavens will never retreat. The heroes of the Zi clan, heroes of the past and present. In the sky, almost countless heavenly demons came from the sky. Zi Xieching did not hesitate. With a roar, the purple firmament emperor's seal flew into the sky and turned into thousands of mountains. It smashed down viciously. This time it was truly a surprise attack that caught the devil by surprise. At the critical moment, Zi Xieching was quick-witted and unexpectedly comprehended the most powerful move of the purple cloud's emperor's seal. Thousand Mountain Fall. And this move, even the heavenly emperor of the purple firmament, Zi Hao, could not use it. This was because Zi Hao's cultivation was not as good as Zi Xieching's now. There was no doubt that although Zi Hao's cultivation was not at the peak, he was still a hero from millions of years ago. Although his cultivation was at the peak during his time, he could at least be ranked in the top 5 of the celestial imperial court. Any living 9 thearchs and 1 empress could easily crush him. This was the accumulation of millions of years. However, it was different from normal cultivators. Now that Zi Xieching had ascended to the realm above the pinnacle of the Sage Realm, it was reasonable for her to surpass Zi Hao and even surpass him. Time was really a butcher's knife. The power of the Thousand Mountain Fall almost instantly caused a horrifying lethality that was beyond everyone's imagination. Instantly, there were countless shrill screams in the air. Under this attack, more than 100,000 flying demons were instantly turned into meat patties and fell to the ground. After the Thousand Mountain Fall, the ground was covered with a thick layer of minced meat. After Zi Xieching's attack succeeded, her long sword flashed again and left her hand. She actually used her chi to control the sword and formed a dragon-like giant meat grinder in the air. Wherever the dragon-like sword aura passed by, there were screams and wails. The Purple Cloud Emperor's seal did not stop after the fall of 1,000 mountains lost its momentum. It was still spinning in the sky. In an instant, it rushed into the air again. Then it turned into a huge fall of 1,000 mountains and smashed down again. After being smashed 3 times in a row, the remaining flying demons really did not dare to stay in this bloody area. They all retreated 30 miles away and stopped. Their eyes were still flickering with fear as they looked at the red-clothed figure on the mountain top, as if they were looking at a demon that would devour lives. How could such a graceful and beautiful figure be able to unleash such a terrifying attack? And it was not just once. She devoured large amounts of demon lives again and again. This was simply inconceivable. On the mountain top, Zi Xieching stood proudly. Her wedding dress and long hair fluttered in the wind. The long sword in her right hand was like a clear spring, bright but cold. The Purple Cloud's Emperor's seal in her left hand was murderous. It was really a mighty and awe-inspiring scene. Opposite her, a heavenly demon king dressed in black and surrounded by black gas looked serious. A kind of fear that came from the bottom of his heart rose in his eyes. Gradually, his whole body trembled. That's the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds. The scene in front of him actually made him feel like he was facing Z. How back then? Back then, this heavenly demon king was one of the opponents who fought with the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds. It was also because of that battle that this heavenly demon king was seriously injured. He recuperated for tens of thousands of years before he barely recovered. Moreover, for a long time after that, as long as he was in a battle, even if it was with his subordinates, he would feel like he was facing Zihao. As long as the other party showed his weapon, he would have the urge to run away. After 1,000,000 years, he finally got rid of his inner demons, and his cultivation increased greatly. Only then did he have the courage to come to the purple clouds heavens, only to see this scene again. At that moment, he was almost scared out of his wits. Even though his current cultivation had long surpassed that of the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds, the fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul still lingered in his heart for a long time. A heavenly demon beside him said, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid the other party is not the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds." Smack! This heavenly demon king slapped his subordinate's face hard. With a trembling voice and a pale face, he said angrily, "Bullshit! Bastard! If it's not the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds, who can activate the purple clouds emperor's seal, that's the life weapon of the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds. This is clearly the reappearance of the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds. He's the ruler of the purple clouds heavens." The heavenly demon at the side was slapped and retreated obediently. The heavenly demon clan. The hierarchy was strict. The superior had absolute authority over the subordinates. No matter what was done to him, he had to endure and cooperate. Even if the superior said something ridiculous and unreasonable, subordinates had to flatter and do their best to complete the task. Although the heavenly demon who was beaten didn't dare to refute because of the difference in hierarchy, he kept cursing in his heart. "Fuck you! You're fucking brainless. Are your eyes lame? Can't you see that it's a woman? How can the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds be a woman? You're really a frightened bird. You're obviously scared out of your wits by Zihao, but you're venting your anger on us subordinates and following a master like you. I'm so unlucky, but these were just thoughts." He didn't dare to say it out loud. Seeing the commotion here, Zi Xieching pointed and shouted, "Heavenly demon, come and fight." In midair, the purple cloud's emperor's seal shone again. It spun and shone brightly as it flew up. The purple cloud's emperor's seal's power reappeared. Then, something really strange happened. No, it was more than strange. It was simply a supernatural event. The heavenly demon king, who was still awe-inspiring a moment ago, suddenly screamed. He immediately squatted down. Zi Xieching was stunned. "We're so far away. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to reach it. What's wrong with him? Could it be that the purple cloud's emperor's seal has an unknown long-distance suppression? Impossible. The heavenly demon, opposite her, screamed again. He jumped up, turned and fled. As he fled, he screamed, "I said I didn't want to come. You insisted on letting me come. In the end, I met Zihao again. You're purely tricking me and trying to kill me." As he screamed, he ran and disappeared without a trace in an instant. His running speed was really fast. Even Zi Xiecheng was shocked. With his speed, who could do anything to him? Even if she or Chu Yang went all out, their speed would only be comparable to his. Was there a need to be so scared? Humans, yes, not only humans, demons were the same. In the face of extreme fear, they could indeed exert amazing abilities beyond their limits. This demon's actions today were proof of this point. The white-haired old man had just arrived at the boundary dividing mountain with the remnants of purple clouds. When he saw the situation in front of him, he was also shocked. Not only was the white-haired old man surprised, but everyone, regardless of friend or foe, was also shocked. No one expected that the heavenly demon king would be so scared that he turned around and fled. And he ran so fast. He could actually run so fast. This reality was really too unbelievable. When this heavenly demon king ran, how could his subordinates not follow suit? They turned around and fled without a word. Fuck, our kings have already run away. What are we still doing here? Waiting for death? Thus, the flying demons in the sky collectively turned around and flew away. On the ground, a heavenly demon king stomped his feet and scolded. Bastard! Bastard! Don Xiao Yuku, you bastard! It's fine that you were scared out of your wits by Zihao, but why did you have to come and disturb my army's morale? You're really a coward. You wasted your high cultivation. You're really pissing me off, pissing me off. He really couldn't help but be angry. That heavenly demon king called Don Xiao Yuku was scared out of his wits by Zihao and developed an inner demon. Although he didn't dare to fight with anyone for a long time, he devoted himself to cultivation. His cultivation was quite high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been promoted to Heavenly Demon King after overcoming his inner demon. His real cultivation was even higher than that of the Heavenly Demon King who was in charge of commanding the troops on the ground. Even in the entire extraterrestrial demon clan, his skills were considered to be quite high. However, it was precisely because of this that his heart demon had appeared and caused him to panic, causing his subordinates to flee with him. Even the demon army on the ground was restless. "King, what should we do now?" A big-tongued heavenly demon beside him asked. It was obvious that he was also a little scared. "Charge!" This heavenly demon king roared. "Kill! We have to kill our way over. What Zihao's return? Bullshit." However, before they could kill their way over, Zi Xiecheng had already killed her way over. Chapter 2706. Kill. Zi Xiecheng brought along the remnants of the Purple Cloud tribe who had hurriedly rushed over. Like a ferocious tiger coming down from the mountain, Zi Xiecheng rushed down with a strong momentum. Now that the flying demons were gone, the other side had the high ground and occupied such a geographical advantage. Although they still did not know the specific reason why a heavenly demon king of the other side actually fled at the last minute, it was already a fact that the other side's morale was low. Such a great victory could at least prolong the defense by more than half a day. How could Zi Xiecheng let go of such a great opportunity? It wasn't that Zi Xiecheng didn't think that this could be a trap set by the enemy to lure them in. However, after careful consideration, Zi Xiecheng realized that this was impossible. There was an army of flying demons in the sky. As long as they rushed up in one go, she wouldn't be able to stop the demon army, even though she was strong and had the Purple Cloud's Emperor seal. Especially when she was alone, she wouldn't be able to stop the demon army, especially the Heaven Demon King who escaped. Not to mention anything else. Just his speed alone was enough to shock Zi Xiecheng. If the Heavenly Demon King were to use this speed to deal with her, he would definitely be able to hold her back for a considerable amount of time, allowing the flying demon horde to occupy the two-world mountain more quickly. Trying to lure the enemy now was simply superfluous and meaningless. The facts also proved Xi Xieching's judgment. That Heaven Demon King really escaped, and the defeat of the flying demons was also real. When the remnants of Purple Cloud were still halfway up the mountain, Xi Xieching, who was dressed in red, had already charged into the enemy's formation alone. Purple Cloud Emperor's seal. Boom! 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 Another 3 consecutive strikes. With Xi Xieching's current cultivation, she could fully activate the Purple Cloud Emperor seal. She could only activate it 3 times in one go, but under the superposition of these 3 powers, the effect was simply apocalyptic. The entire land. Because of these 3 consecutive strikes, even the ground was flipped a few hundred feet high. The troops of extraterrestrial demons on the ground were instantly thrown off their feet. Countless extraterrestrial demons were shaken into meat paste, and countless extraterrestrial demons were directly sent flying into the air and then torn into pieces. The white-haired old man and the others who were rushing down immediately sucked in a breath of air. They almost stumbled and rolled down from the mountainside. They rushed out from under the princess. In the blink of an eye, the originally neat and tidy Skyfiend troop that had arrived like an avalanche had been wiped out. How did it become a scene of hell on earth? What was going on? On the dry ground, blood spurted out and dyed the ground red. Then, it didn't even have time to penetrate into the ground. It was a torrential flow. The so-called blood pool purgatory was nothing more than this, right? May the heavens bless us. Her Royal Highness looks gentle and graceful, but I didn't expect her to be so fierce. The remnants of the Purple Cloud tribe were dumbfounded, but they suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It is said that His Majesty Zihao was so mighty back then, but I'm afraid that even if His Majesty comes back to life, he won't be as mighty as Princess. You're so awesome. The morale of the people of Purple Cloud rose to an unprecedented high. Kill. They rushed out like a flood. For a moment, it became a situation where they were outnumbered. Heaven Devil King, who was in charge of commanding on the ground, flew up. He faced Xi Xieching head-on. At this moment, he could already see that if he allowed this beauty to do as she wished, he would not be able to do as he pleased. He was afraid that his millions of troops would only be able to withstand 20 to 30 attacks from her. Moreover, the sword in her hand didn't seem to be easy to deal with either. The most important thing now was to contain the other party's momentum and then transfer experts to form an encirclement as soon as possible. Only then could they hope to get rid of this beautiful expert. Or, even if they couldn't get rid of her, he and the other experts could hold her back while the others rushed over to attack the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It would also be a great achievement. If they could charge further into the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, it would be even better. Besides, this girl had used the Purple Cloud Emperor's seal consecutively just now, which consumed a lot of her energy. She might already be at the end of her rope. Who knows? I might even be able to take advantage of her and take down this ridiculously strong girl. The Heavenly Devil King was secretly excited. If you hadn't used the Purple Heaven Emperor seal just now, I would have suffered a great loss if I had rushed up suddenly like this. However, with just the 3 consecutive strikes, I'm afraid I would have suffered a great loss. But you exposed your strength in advance, and even used up so much of your strength. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this. But he didn't know that this Heaven Devil King rushing over now was also exactly what Xi Xieching wanted. The Heaven Devil King, who was in charge of the sky attack, had escaped for some reason. Although the reason was still unknown, he had escaped after all. Currently, the highest commander of the Heavenly Devil Horde was only this ground commander. If even this ground commander was done for, then the battle situation would be too advantageous. Other than the fall of the enemy's leader and causing the enemy to collapse, it would also make it difficult for the enemy to form a new wave of attacks for a considerable period of time. This would allow the people of Purple Cloud to maintain their defensive line for a longer time. Therefore, Xi Xieching's target was originally this guy. It was just that it wasn't so easy to find him in such a densely packed army. Therefore, Zi Xieching deliberately created a huge chaos and concealed her own strength, creating a look of exhaustion. She purposely lured him over and formed a king meeting king situation, hoping to achieve success in one go. King meeting king, both were happy, but no one knew who would emerge victorious. Seeing that the Heaven Devil King finally took the initiative to come over, Zi Xieching was overjoyed. With a long roar, he didn't dodge and went up with his sword. Before he went up, he actually smashed the Purple Cloud Emperor's seal once again. The earth trembled, countless heaven devils screamed and wailed, and a cloud of dust rose thousands of feet into the sky. Just at this moment of extreme chaos, the remaining people of Purple Cloud rushed over like a tide. With a kill that both sides couldn't wait, both sides crashed into the earth like meteors. They collided with each other with a loud bang. Like starving wild wolves, they couldn't wait to bite, kill, and fight for their lives. Everything happened in an instant. It was just the first collision, but it created waves of blood that covered the sky and covered the sun. Blood flowed like a river. The original blood pool, hell, was dyed red again. Immediately, both sides seemed to be moving forward. Only corpses were left under their feet, rolling forward. Waves of blood filled the air. Zi Xieching, who was in midair. Finally, she collided with this Heaven Devil King. Come and report. The Heaven Devil King opened his mouth ferociously, his blood-red teeth almost protruding from the corners of his mouth. Is there a need? I've never had the habit of reporting to a corpse. Zi Xieching snorted, holding the sword that Chu Yang had painstakingly forged. The sword light was like rain, and the sword aura was like a waterfall. Once Pu Xieching took over, this Heaven Devil King immediately complained. This woman in front of him, regardless of cultivation or swordsmanship, the comprehensive quality of his opponent was not something that he could contend against. What was even more ridiculous was that even his weapon was no match for her. It was just a face-to-face encounter, but the weapon in his hand was already chipped, and his body was also shaken. Could it be that you're actually a peerless expert above the peak? This Heaven Devil King cried out in grief and indignation. A feeling of, I've finally been fooled, rose in his heart. The pinnacle of the saint realm. Zi Xieching threw out 1,800 swords that formed a screen of light. She said lightly, I'm not that long ago. Oh, my vomiting and coughing injuries. Cough. In the words of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Oh my God, this Heaven Devil King groaned and tried his best to ward off the attacks. You bastard, it's useless even if you vomit your lungs out. Go to hell. Zi Xieching didn't understand what he meant at all. She casually scolded him, and a storm of swords surrounded this Heaven Devil King and bombarded him indiscriminately. At this moment, the pressure on Chu Yang's side had decreased by a lot. The invading army of the heavenly demons, although it was inevitable that many of them would barge into the imperial court. The troops from the middle polar heavens also gradually arrived and launched a counterattack. They fought fiercely in various regions and passes, trying their best to exterminate the demon invasion. On the other side of the first bridge, Zi Xieching led the remnants of the Purple Cloud tribe to block off the heavenly demon army. Although this was destined to be a very short stalemate, the sudden reduction in pressure was also obvious. Therefore, with so many peak experts working together, they traversed the heavenly demon formation and killed with greater ease. There weren't many experts in this wave of heavenly demon horde to begin with. Under the massacre of so many peak experts, the numbers of the heavenly demon horde decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Yang became one with his sword, sweeping back and forth in the heavenly demon horde like a long dragon. He didn't show any mercy. After each traverse, the ground behind him was densely covered with corpses. Then, new heavenly demon horde quickly filled up the empty space and they came back to kill. But as they went back and forth, there were still many who slipped through the cracks and rushed into the imperial court. The extraterrestrial demons had an extraordinarily stubborn mentality towards marching into the Nine Heavens imperial court. They had an inexplicable mentality of even if they died, they would die on the Nine Heavens imperial court. But it was this mentality that caused great trouble for Chu Yang and the others. Chu Yang killed his way back, but saw a red shadow descending from the sky. It was Mo Qingguo, who rushed back to deliver a message. "Why are you back? Is there a big change over there?" Chu Yang asked. "There is indeed a big change. Sister Z needs experts over there, especially manpower. A lot of manpower." Mo Qingguo said hurriedly. "She sent me back to ask for help." At a time like this, there was no need for any nonsense. It was the most direct demand. Both Chu Yang and Mo Qingguo knew this very well. So when they spoke, they hit the nail on the head. How many exactly? Chu Yang was energized. Since it was a request for help, the situation must be stable. "We need at least a dozen peak-level experts. This is the minimum number, and the sooner the better." Mo Qingguo said, "I have to go back quickly. The situation over there is really too urgent." As Mo Qingguo spoke, she had already started to fly back. She was sure that Chu Yang completely understood. So she had to go back immediately to help Zi Xiecheng. "We'll be there right away." Chu Yang only had time to say this before Mo Qingguo's figure turned into a red shadow in the sky. Happy face after cousin left. I worked overtime to write another chapter. I'm sorry for the late update. Also, I recommend a book, World Defying Martial Emperor. Book number 3259003. The author is the great god of Qijian, the sense of direction he once had. The book he wrote was very satisfying. Introduction. In order to enter a martial arts sect to seek medicine to save his father, Jiang Shou worshipped 50 sections. After entering the sect, he obtained a treasure by chance. His vitality is vigorous, his body is unparalleled, and he almost has an immortal body. Chapter 2709. Mo Qingguo knew that Zi Xiecheng was under immense pressure now. Even if he were to speak an extra word here, countless accidents could happen. Therefore, after reporting the news, Mo Qingguo left immediately, full speed, the moment Mo Qingguo turned into a red shadow and disappeared. Chu Yang didn't hesitate at all. He leaped into the air and shouted, "Mo Tianji!" It was better for Mo Tianji to take charge of these things now. In these few years, he understood the fighting style of almost every expert in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court clearly and put in a lot of effort. Now was the time to use all of this. Chu Yang jumped up and shouted, but it was inevitable that he would be exposed to countless attacks from all directions at the same time. In fact, there were no less than hundreds of attacks. This was because Chu Yang's strength was ridiculously high, and it just so happened that there were no experts in the Devil Army. If there were experts like the 9 emperors and 1 empress in the Devil Army, there wouldn't be too many of them. As long as there were 2 or 3 of them here, Minister Chu would have been cut into pieces. It was a pity that the only advantage the Devil Army had was their numbers. Their individual strength was not that great. Hundreds of fire-focused attacks could not even scratch Chu Yang's skin. Otherwise, Chu Yang was not a fool. Why would he yell so loudly at such a time? Mo Tianji held the purple jade flute in his hand, a strong aura surrounding him as he leaped over. What's the matter? Is it Qingwu's side? Mo Tianji's current cultivation stopped at the peak of the Saint Realm. His actual strength was slightly below the East Emperor Demon Empress. Naturally, he didn't dare to be as unscrupulous as Chu Yang. Although there was almost no devil army here that could threaten him, he had always been careful. He never let his guard down. Qingguo informed that there is an urgent need for manpower over there. He needed at least 10 top-notch experts. Looks like there's strength over there. You understand? Chu Yang immediately said, "You arrange this. Deal with it as soon as possible." Mo Tianji didn't answer at all. He leaped into the air and shouted, Ao, Hyun, Rui, Batong, Xiadanchong, Dongwushang, Guduxing, Mo Qingqing, Longing Huan, Shui Leihan, Yao Exe, Divine Soul. It was an emergency, so he couldn't care less about politeness. In the chaotic horse army, only by calling out their names in such a straightforward manner could one be more intuitive. And the people that Mo Tianji had called over were all capable of causing large-scale destruction. Moreover, it was an indiscriminate attack. They were all extremely experienced. Chu Lu, or didn't even need to call her. Naturally, he followed behind Mo Tianji. When these people heard this, they flew up almost at the same time. However, the moment they flew up, thousands of heavenly demon corpses flew up with them. Everyone follow me. Let's rush to the first bridge and assist the survivors of the Purple Cloud tribe in stopping the Heavenly Devil army. All right, everyone agreed in unison. Mo Tianji roared, "Brother, 9 tribulations!" All the past 9 tribulations roared at the same time here. 9 tribulations as one, invincible in the world. Mo Tianji's voice was like a bolt from the blue. He shouted, "Everyone, do your best to kill the enemy. Don't tarnish the reputation of the 9 tribulations of the 9 heavens. Moreover, I don't want to ruin the prestige of the 9 tribulations, Sword Master. All the sky fiends here. Kill them all. I'll leave this place to you. Kill all the sky fiends here as soon as possible, and then rush over to reinforce them. All right." Yundong's sword was like the wind, flying everywhere. The sentence that the 9 tribulations brothers and sword masters couldn't stand the most, and it was also the most glorious sentence, when the 9 tribulations unite, invincible in the world. This was the greatest pride that belonged to the 9 tribulations. At the same time, it was also an incomparable honor, especially now when the brothers were reunited after countless years of separation. Everyone cherished this very much. Even if someone else said a word or looked at them in their current mood, they would immediately go up and fight with their lives, not to mention shouting this slogan in their hearts. In an instant, all the 9 tribulations brothers unleashed their might at the same time, and the destructive power that they formed increased exponentially. The sky fiends around them were wiped out almost instantly. Mad sword Heavenly Emperor, Wu Yekwang, Mo Tianji roared. "Focus on defense. You must guard this place. Exterminate the sky fiends here. Not a single one of them is allowed to live." Mo Tianji's words could be said to be extremely rude, but Wu Yekwang felt warmth in his heart. "I'm finally no longer an ostracized Saint Monarch." Although the tone of the sentence was extremely rude and it was even more of an order, it wasn't stingy in handing over the safety of the 9 heavens imperial court to me. Rather than calling it an order, it was better to call it a great trust. Wu Yekwang roared, "As long as I'm alive, I'll never back down and defend the imperial court, even at the cost of my life." Mo Tianji saw that the situation here was settled, and the follow-up arrangements were in place. He roared again, "Chu Yang, let's go." Without waiting for Chu Yang's response, he had already flown up. Chu Yang, who was already waiting in midair, waved the 9 tribulations sword rapidly again. In an instant, it had already formed a colorful and bright light ball dragon. He roared, "Follow me." Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang followed suit with a roar. Then they rushed out of a bloody alley through the crowd and rose to their feet. A total of more than 10 peak-level experts turned into rainbows in the sky and left. Many heavenly demons below took the opportunity to launch their sharpest attacks at the sky. Chu Yang and the others in midair were the most eye-catching targets at this moment. However, the attacks of the heavenly demon horde couldn't even break through the first line of defense that Chu Yang had set up. The attacks that came down from the sky were as dense as a storm. The 13 experts in midair attacked together, and a huge space that could accommodate tens of thousands of people was directly and abruptly created below. It was like a huge flat bottom. The most conservative estimate was that no less than 50,000 to 60,000 heavenly demons were instantly reduced to dust by the combined attacks of these 13 people. This was even after the massacre. The number of heavenly demon horde had already decreased sharply, and they were far less dense than before. Otherwise, this number would probably have multiplied. It was just that Chu Yang and the others only knew about this number after the fact. This was because after Chu Yang and the others launched this attack, they didn't care about the results of the battle at all. They left on their own accord and turned into flying birds in the sky, rushing to the rescue. The long sword in Zi Xieching's hand had already broken into two, after countless fierce collisions. Even though the sword in Zi Xieching's hand was of a special quality and was far superior to ordinary weapons and had reached the level of a divine weapon, it still had its limits and finally broke. However, the heavenly demon army also paid a heavy price. Around her, there were no less than thousands of heavenly demon experts' corpses that had fallen. It turned out that the heavenly demon king who was in charge of commanding the ground realized that he was no match for Zi Xieching and immediately called for experts to come and help her. Zi Xieching empathized with the survivors of Purple Clouds. At the same time, she also had the intention of purposely attracting the other party's experts so that she could kill as many heavenly demon horde as possible. In such a continuous battle, more than half of the surrounding heavenly demons had already fallen. However, there were still countless heavenly demon experts rushing over from all directions. It was a horrifying scene below, like a slaughterhouse. Even though Zi Xieching was doing her best to restrain the enemy and attract a lot of attention, the survivors of Purple Clouds still inevitably fell into a disadvantageous position due to their absolute disadvantage in numbers. Although they could still defend the pass for the time being, it was still getting more and more dangerous and more unbearable. The casualties were also increasing. It was unknown when, but a low chant suddenly rang out in the battlefield. "This is my Purple Cloud heavens. My brothers, my sisters, my parents are here. My disciple, my dignity, my everything. When the heavenly demons attack, we can only fight. With our lives, we can only defend our everything. With our blood, we can witness our dignity. Purple Clouds throughout the ages. The name of the heroes will last forever. Purple Clouds, strength of spirit, will last forever. To perish together with the enemy is also our greatest glory, because we are doing this for Purple Clouds. Because we are doing this for glory. Purple Clouds is invincible, only we, Purple Clouds." In such a low voice which sounded like a ballad or a slogan, the survivors of Purple Clouds suddenly launched the most extreme self-detonation attack at the critical moment, and it was continuous self-detonation. There were survivors of Purple Clouds laughing wildly, and they forced their way into the dense formation of the heavenly demon army. Then there was a loud explosion, and they turned into bright fireworks, hearing the almost continuous sound of explosions. One after another, Zi Xieching felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. Suddenly, with a loud roar, she went to the extreme and launched an attack with her sword. With the Purple Cloud's imperial seal in her left hand and the long sword in her right hand, she launched an attack in an almost desperate way. Wherever Zi Xieching passed, there were waves of blood. The long sword turned into a rainbow, and at least thousands of heavenly demons were beheaded. Zi Xieching finally couldn't help but take action. She would rather suffer some injuries and try her best to reduce the pressure on the survivors of Purple Clouds. Even if it was just a little. The highest commander here, the heavenly demon king, was already exhausted, and he couldn't help but think of retreating. But he was surprised to see Zi Xieching suddenly go crazy at such a critical moment and fight with all her might without reservation. He couldn't help but be delighted. This was a great opportunity to turn the tide of the battle. The enemy leader actually made such a stupid move at such a critical moment. It was clear that the heavenly demon clan was blessed. "Everyone come up, come up." Dripping blood battle technique. The heavenly demon king's plan was very successful. "Since you care so much about your subordinates, then I'll follow your wishes." Even if I have to sacrifice twice as much as you, I'll let you suffer more. Then, I'll use these cannon fodders to kill you, and exhaust you to death." He was even a little excited in his heart. I really didn't expect that a top master would go crazy for a group of ants. This is simply unbelievable. Chapter 27:10. The leader of the heavenly demons did not understand Zi Xieching's thoughts and actions, which stemmed from the difference in nature between the two races. In the eyes of the heavenly demons, all those who were not powerful enough were just ants. At best, they were just some tools that could be used. Whether these ants lived or died in the end, it was no big deal. What was there to be concerned about? As a superior, he actually had to care about the life and death of these ants in his heart. It was truly an extremely foolish way of thinking, and it was even a method of courting death. A method of courting death. But since you care so much about the lives of these ants, I will use these cannon fodders to pin you down. I really didn't realize that the Nine Heavens Imperial Court experts had such a strange mentality. It was so unbelievable. Just a few cannon fodders could pin you down and shake your minds? Unbelievable. Inconceivable. How can such a fragile and compassionate attitude shake our heavenly demon army? The vast land of the heavenly demon Imperial Court must be the territory of the heavenly demons. Following the command of the dripping blood tactic, a battle that was several times more brutal than before instantly began. The previous battle was already extremely bloody, and the scene was filled with blood and slaughter. At this moment, it was several times worse than before. What kind of situation would it be? The hideous bodies of the extraterrestrial demons were completely unafraid of death. They rushed forward one after another, attacking with an aura of, even if they were to injure themselves, they would still injure the enemy. You guys self-destruct? Sure, it's okay. We will fight with our lives on the line. You survivors of the Purple Cloud tribe can disregard life and death. So can we, no matter whether it's voluntary or forced. But at least for now, they were all doing so, although their intentions were different. The outcome was the same. In another sense, it was the same. In this extremely cruel and indescribable meat grinder battlefield, human lives were actually so lowly at this moment. At this moment, the eyes of both the enemy and our side had turned red from killing. The only thing they knew in their minds was to kill the enemy. Other than that, they would not consider anything else. Boundary dividing mountain. The boundary was really separated now. It was not the boundary between the two races. It was the boundary between life and death. The boundary between yin and yang. Every moment, countless people would fall, die, and be annihilated. Massive amounts of blood stained the earth red. Boom, 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 the sound of self-destruction. It also rang out almost endlessly. On the side of the heavenly demons, there were constantly new teams of heavenly demons rushing over. On the side of the Purple Cloud tribe, there were also more survivors of the Purple Cloud tribe emerging from the mountains, joining the battle without hesitation. Zi Xieching attacked with all her might, wantonly reaping the lives of the heavenly demons. The Purple Cloud Emperor's seal flew up and fell down, along with the sword in her hand. There was no time for rest. Although the sword that Chu Yang had meticulously crafted for her had already broken due to the heavy burden, there were other good things in the space ring. Previously, Zi Xieching had coincidentally retrieved the treasures that her parents had left for her. There were quite a number of divine weapons hidden within. Big Sister Zi was extremely wealthy. Other than Chu Yang, few people could compare to her. The sword that she had taken out at this moment was probably even better than the broken sword that she had taken out previously. This sword was the divine weapon that Ling Piaoping always carried with her, the flowing light sword. This sword was originally a divine weapon of the demon race and was only inferior to the demon King Hook of the demon Empress. The reason why she still used the original sword was firstly because she was used to it, and secondly because Zi Xieching treasured her mother's legacy very much. Even though she knew the power of this sword and that it was not easy to damage, she still did not want to use it easily. Even when she was fighting against Gurien, she did not use it. It was only because the situation was urgent that she used this divine weapon for the first time. At this moment, Zi Xieching held the divine weapon in her hand, and her power was even stronger than before. The sword aura that was hundreds of feet long rampaged through the heavenly demon battle formation as if it did not know fatigue. Everywhere it passed, the heavenly demons were killed instantly. Every moment, the number of heavenly demons was decreasing by the large amount. However, more extraterritorial demons appeared and joined the battle. The overall numbers of the heavenly demons had been increasing all this time. Fortunately, Zi Xieching's side still had a certain geographical advantage. They were still fighting in the borderline mountain. Both sides could only come into contact with hundreds of thousands of people. More people were behind them. No matter how big the battlefield was, it would definitely not have the capacity to accommodate millions of people fighting at the same time. It was because of this key factor that the remnants of Purple Cloud tribe guarded the pass of the borderline mountain with all their might. The battle range was further reduced. Therefore, the only solution now was to take the place of the fallen. Under such circumstances, both sides could only fight a war of attrition. No matter how ingenious the other tactics were, they were useless. You use people's lives to attack. I'll use people's lives to defend. Regardless of whether it was the enemy or their side, when the battle reached a certain extent, there would always be a side that could not hold on. But before this certain extent, the battle would only be in a stalemate. On the Nine Heavens Imperial Court side, they always had an extraordinary obsession to protect their own home. It was also an aura of being united against a common enemy. Although I may not have any enmity with the extraterritorial demons, or rather, I have no enmity with them. But as long as you take a step forward, I'll kill you even if I have to risk my life. I'll do everything I can to stop the enemy from entering the country. And the extraterritorial demons were even more obsessed with charging into the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's territory. That was a space that our ancestors had not been able to charge into and enjoy for generations. That place was the legendary paradise. Even if he died, he would rather die in heaven. Both sides fought to the death in the most extreme way, shouting, sacrificing, exploding. They continued to be in a stalemate in the distant sky. Another large patch of dark clouds rose and covered the sky. That was the flying demon troop of the extraterritorial demons. They were rushing over in large batches. Zi Xieching's pretty face was cold, and she was even more anxious. The extraterritorial demon king, who had escaped previously, was the leader of the flying demon horde. His sudden retreat for no reason directly caused the flying demon horde's morale to crumble and the entire army to collapse. It could be said that it was very lucky or even very lucky. But now that the flying demon horde had made a comeback, she believed that the supernatural phenomenon of their leader collapsing without a fight would definitely not happen again. In other words, the flying demon horde this time would definitely be far more difficult to deal with than before. If the flying demon horde really rushed over, the geographical restrictions of the Two Boundaries Mountain would greatly reduce their threat to them. And she was only one person. How could she possibly hold them off? Not to mention the flying demon horde in the sky. Just the sky demon army on the ground was already too much for her to handle. In other words, the flying demon horde in the sky would definitely be rushed over no matter what. Her side had no way to resist at all. While she was worried, her hands couldn't help but slow down a little. The hundreds of extraterritorial demon experts who were fighting desperately around her saw a flaw in her opponent's defense and immediately seized the opportunity to attack. In just a moment, Zi Xieching was suppressed into a disadvantageous position. In a battle of formations, a moment's difference could mean the difference between life and death. If it wasn't for the fact that Zi Xieching's actual strength was far above the enemies who were besieging her, the attacking power of these extraterritorial demons wouldn't be enough to break through Zi Xieching's protective aura. Just this moment's lapse would cause Zi Xieching to be seriously injured, even if she didn't die. Even so, Zi Xieching was still at a disadvantage in this part of the battle. Zi Xieching's heart trembled. Her sword light surged, and the purple cloud's emperor's seal transformed into a huge mountain that smashed down 7 to 8 times. Only then did the situation become even again. She stabilized her state of mind and focused on the battle, not daring to be distracted again. But the dark clouds in the distance were getting closer and closer. Once the extraterritorial demons and flying demons arrived at the Two Boundaries Mountain, it would mean that the defense line built by the remnants of purple clouds would be tested like never before. It could collapse at any time, perhaps in just a moment. At this critical moment, a clear whistling sound echoed in the wind. A beautiful red shadow darted over from behind. A dreamy saber aura instantly covered the entire area of the Two Boundaries Mountain. Translator. Nieibo Studio Editor. Nieibo Studio Mo Chingu had rushed back in time at this crucial moment. The difference in the situation might only be a moment. If Mo Chingu had chosen to come back with Chu Yang and the rest, or if she had rushed back a moment later, the entire battle situation and the final outcome of the battle might have been changed. The dreamy saber light that suddenly appeared burst out 9 times in the shortest time. The Qing Wu Dream Saber was waved rapidly for more than 70,000 times. Due to the excessive friction with the air, the Qing Wu Dream Saber, which had a unique texture, only stopped when it was about to melt from the heat. The air around Mo Qinggu suddenly burst into flames. That was because the friction between the saber aura was too dense and actually caused a vacuum fire. A vacuum fire, a special flame that didn't exist because of the air, a flame that was almost inextinguishable. Under the burning of this flame, no less than tens of thousands of extraterrestrial demons fell neatly on the ground. They were killed by the saber aura of the Qing Wu Dream Saber and were annihilated in one go. With Mo Qingwu's timely arrival, the pressure on the remnants of purple clouds on Zi Xieching's side was instantly alleviated. While the extraterrestrial demons in the distance were still running forward crazily, there was an absolutely empty space in the middle. This absolutely empty space was the gap created by Mo Qingwu's saber. Although the time gained by this gap was destined to be short, it was of great significance. As the saying goes, a general becomes famous and tens of thousands of corpses withered. This was the most realistic portrayal of the battlefield. But on this peak battlefield of the 9 heavens imperial courts, purple clouds heavens, how could it be just tens of thousands of corpses? I'll go and block the flying demons. After the 9 saber strikes, Mo Qinggu didn't even pause for a moment. She suddenly rose into the air and rushed straight into the air. Then her entire graceful body turned into a hurricane and rushed into the distance, without stopping. She went straight into the path of the flying demons and faced them head-on. Then there was a clear and long howl that shook the sky. 9 heavens dance! Mo Qingwu's bright red figure, along with the clear howl, seemed to have dyed the whole world red. It was a red color that connected the heavens and the earth and covered the whole universe. This kind of delicate red luster was accompanied by an extreme, dreamy beauty. Everyone who saw it suddenly felt that they had lost their sense of heaven and earth. Chapter 27:11. In everyone's eyes and hearts there was only this patch of red, only this gorgeous sight. An incomparably graceful figure danced gracefully in that patch of red. Every dance made this patch of red even more magnificent, even more dreamy, yet even more breathtaking and soul-stirring. 9 heavens dance, dance of the 9 heavens. The first dance is a dance of heaven and earth. The second dance is a dance of heaven and earth. The third dance is a dance of heaven and earth. The fourth dance is a dance of heaven and earth. The fifth dance is a dance of vicissitudes. The sixth dance is a dance of heaven and earth. The seventh dance is a dance of heaven and earth. At this moment, Mo Qingwu's entire person was dancing gracefully in midair. As she danced to her heart's content, everyone actually had a strange feeling. When she was reciting these incantations, Emo Chingu should have been completely unconscious. And these incantations were a part of this Nine Heavens dance. Because as these incantations were recited, the first dance was as if the whole world was dancing gracefully. The second dance was an even darker one. The sun and moon lost their light. The third dance, the cold moon shone upon the earth. The humans and demons were chilled to the bone. The fourth dance, the whole world seemed to be rotating as well. At this moment, Emo Chingu had already used all the strength she had in her life. She was fully focused on performing the most powerful and all-out attack in her life so far. Right in front of everyone's eyes, 2 rays of white light suddenly shot out from Emo Chingu's beautiful eyes. Her black hair was like a waterfall, fluttering in all directions. Then, she soared into the sky, her red robes fluttering. Emo Chingu's voice was suppressed very softly at this moment, but it carried an inexplicable heaviness, an indescribable heaviness. She said in a low voice, 8 dances, creation, life, and death. Defy. Everyone suddenly had a feeling, but they actually didn't know if it was real or not. Or maybe it was an illusion. The whole world seemed to be reversing at this moment. Me and the enemy. It also seemed to be reversing at this moment. The roots of the trees were facing the sky. The peaks of the mountains were touching the ground. The lakes and seas were about to pour. In short, everything between heaven and earth seemed to be reversing suddenly. That was an extremely strange and mysterious feeling. They knew that all of this was absurd and absolutely impossible. But in their hearts, they clearly believed that all of this was real. Everything was real. At the very least, at this moment, everything was real. Emo Chingu's last sentence was filled with murderous intent. Awe-inspiring. 9 dances. Dance of the 9 heavens. Boom! The sky was filled with boundless scarlet. It suddenly exploded. The sky within a radius of 2,000 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, he couldn't see anything but a sea of red. Only countless graceful figures could be seen dancing in the air. Her dance was gorgeous to the extreme, and her posture was so beautiful that it could enchant people to death. Yet it still had the terrifying power to kill. Just as everyone was dazzled by this stunning dance, the large group of extraterrestrial devils and flying devils that were flying over at high speed all changed their expressions abruptly. Is this Ling Piaoping's Jiutian dance? Was that really the 9 heavens dance? Furthermore, it was the 9 heavens dance in its peak state. But even Ling Piaoping wasn't at this level. How could the force field take shape so quickly? Retreat. Everyone retreat. Hurry up. A panicked roar rang out. It seemed like the leader of this flying devil army was quite knowledgeable. There was a high chance that he was one of the high-level devil generals who had participated in the battle against the purple cloud heavens. The winged demon army, which had been flying forward with all their might, heard this cry of surprise. Without exception, all of them came to a stop, and then they planned to retreat, away from this extremely dangerous area. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The red cloud that had spread for thousands of kilometers flew from top to bottom at an astonishing speed, like a shooting star. It reached the sky and reached 100 feet from the ground. It was boundless. It flew rapidly into the heavenly devil array and exploded in the most extreme way possible. Immediately after, everyone who saw this scene saw the most beautiful, but also the cruelest scene in their lives. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the red cloud in the sky enveloped the entire army of winged devils, and then it instantly exploded. As a result, the sky turned even redder. What added to the redness was a large amount of fresh blood from the extraterrestrial devils. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, the bodies of countless extraterrestrial demons exploded and split apart without exception. Countless flowers of blood flowed in the air, filling the heavens and earth. A total of 1 million flying devils actually collapsed, died, and were annihilated in that moment of absent-mindedness. The number of casualties at this moment was actually the highest since the fall of purple cloud heavens. Two mournful cries rang out at almost the same time. Two black figures shot out from the group of flying devils and into the sky amidst the brilliant red. They were still coughing out blood from their mouths. They were two high-level extraterrestrial devil commanders, and also the only two survivors in this batch of flying devils. Their strength naturally far surpassed that of ordinary flying devils. At this moment, they desperately rushed out of the lethality of the Nine Heavens dance, but they still couldn't escape the fate of being seriously injured. One dance overturned the world, and almost all of the flying devils were exterminated. Everyone who saw this scene was almost collectively petrified. They all stared blankly at the boundless blood red in the sky for a long time. It was like a whole piece of satin falling from the sky with a smacking sound. The mountains shook and the earth quaked. Turbid waves of blood rose into the sky once again. It was really a spectacular sight. However, everyone knew one thing. This time, this wave of flying Demon Corporation's million-man army had been completely annihilated. Only the two extraterrestrial devil commanders with the highest cultivation were lucky enough to escape alive, but they were still inevitably seriously injured. The power of this attack was actually unprecedented. Although it might not be the last, it was definitely unprecedented. Even in the final battle of the Queen of Purple Cloud Heavens, Ling Piaoping, the same Nine Heavens dance, destroyed 3 million extraterrestrial devil army. The result of the battle seemed more glorious, but it was at the cost of Ling Piaoping's life. At this moment, Mo Qingwu's dance overturned the world, but she still had energy left. Although her specific combat strength was unknown, at least she didn't hurt her life source. The difference between the two was obvious. The bright red cloud in the sky was still slowly falling, but this Nine Heavens dance finally came to an end. The entire battlefield also suddenly quieted down because of the end of the dance. Everyone opened their mouths wide and stared at the graceful red figure in the sky, dumbfounded. Even though the graceful red figure was no longer dancing, it was still breathtaking and endlessly austere. That red figure, with long hair and clothes fluttering in the wind, stood quietly in the air like the most beautiful painting since ancient times. This peerless beauty, this unparalleled beauty, the lethality caused by a single dance, was actually so terrifying. Everyone, regardless of friend or foe, secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was really too shocking. In the sky, Missouri Qingwu was still standing motionlessly. She looked calm and composed, full of the feeling that she didn't care about anyone but herself. Whether it was the Heavenly Devil Army or the remnant people of Purple Cloud Heavens, they were all full of fear towards this woman who had quietly arrived. This was an extraordinary existence that was even more outstanding than the Queen of Purple Cloud Heavens, Ling Piaoping. Chapter 2712. However, Mo Qingwu knew that she had consumed a lot of energy this time. She hadn't consumed much of her life force, but she had consumed more than 99% of her vitality. So, she could barely stand in the air at the moment. Even if she wanted to float down, she did not have the energy to do so. Speaking of which, this was mostly a coincidence. Mo Qingwu did not expect that the Nine Heavens dance could cause such a result. Under the extreme outburst, she had used up all of her energy in an instant. She had even used up quite a bit of her energy. In fact, Mo Qingwu did not know that the Nine Heavens dance had a special attribute. Every time she danced, her energy consumption would double. That day, when Ling Piaoping used the Nine Heavens dance, she did not have enough energy. But she used the most extreme method of using up her energy to forcefully destroy the enemy. Although she managed to kill 3 million enemies in one dance, her energy consumption was also extremely high. After the dance ended, she passed away, her beauty was gone, and she disappeared from the world. Mo Qingwu's current cultivation was far above Ling Piaoping's. Although this dance had used up a lot of energy, it did not deplete her life force. This was extremely rare. Being rare and precious was one thing, but Mo Ching Wu's cultivation was also a fact. This was the true meaning of a lamp that had run out of oil. At this moment, Mo Ching Wu's vision was constantly darkening, and she felt as if she was about to faint. If she didn't know that she couldn't fall down at this moment, and forced herself to support herself, she would have entered a deep sleep to recuperate with just a thought. No wonder Ling Piaoping passed away after using the 9 Heavens dance to kill 3 million demons in one go. This 9 Heavens dance is actually so domineering. Mo Qinggu thought, after a short moment of silence. Following Zi Xieching's roar, the Purple Cloud's Emperor's seal showed its power again. The majestic sword light surged like a dragon. After the momentary silence, the battle resumed its frenzy. It was even crazier than before. After all, both parties were still on the battlefield. In the sky, the flying demon army had all disappeared, but the extraterrestrial demon army on the ground did not decrease at all. Instead, there were more and more reinforcements. It was endless. Although Zi Xieching was still fighting with all her might, she could not help but be suppressed by the experts of the Devil Army. Step by step, they retreated bit by bit, and the number of Purple Cloud tribe survivors around them grew smaller and smaller, to the point that the Purple Cloud tribe survivors who came later could no longer keep up with the rate of consumption. And it was becoming more and more obvious. The number of Sky Devil Army. There were simply too many of them, so many that the quantitative change had led to a qualitative change. In front of the Boundary Mountain, the heavenly demons were still surging like a tide. Zi Xieching and the rest tried their best to resist, but they felt more and more powerless. Their original goal was to guard the Boundary Mountain for at least 3 days. However, from the looks of it now, being able to hold on for an entire morning was already pretty good. As for the original 3 days, it was simply impossible. It was completely unrealistic. Even if it was only for 1 day, that was something that was absolutely impossible to achieve. There were too few people on the other side. The disparity in numbers between the two sides was so great that it made one's hair stand on end. The remnants of the Purple Cloud tribe who were still rushing over were all fighting desperately. Their faces were full of grief and indignation. They knew that it was hopeless, but they were still fighting with all their might. We have been struggling in despair for 1,000,000 years. A whole 1,000,000 years. The white-haired old man leaped into the air and shouted crazily. We have been in despair throughout this long period of time. However, no matter what predicament we were in, we never gave up fighting. We never gave up hope. We are the remnants of the Purple Cloud tribe. We are the subjects of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor. His voice seemed to be squeezed out of his throat as he howled, "Let's fight! For the Purple Cloud Heavens! For the 9 Heavens Imperial Court! For our descendants to no longer be in despair!" Zi Xieching's roar shook heaven and earth. All the remnants of the Purple Cloud tribe roared crazily at the same time. For our descendants to no longer be in despair! For a moment, one by one, they rushed up like crazy. They felt that every single strand of their hair was also exploding. Despair, yes, it was despair. Just like what the white-haired old man said. They had been in despair for 1,000,000 years, although they had been fighting and fighting all along. But who is really willing to live in despair all the time? If they could sacrifice themselves in exchange for a chance for their descendants to no longer be in despair, every one of them would do it without hesitation. For the Purple Cloud Heavens to no longer be called a fallen area, for their descendants to no longer be in despair. Fight! However, even though everyone was fighting with their lives on the line, trying their best and sacrificing their lives, the difference in numbers between the two sides was still too great. The momentum created by Mo Qingwu's dance just now was gradually eliminated by the huge number of demon monarchs that came later. Even though every one of the remnants of the Purple Cloud tribe tried their best and risked their lives, they still couldn't turn the situation around. The situation was precarious, and the defense line could collapse at any time. At this critical moment, a majestic sword light appeared in the sky again, projecting from far behind. Then a voice shouted, a ray of cold light. The sword arrived, the voice arrived, and the person arrived. It was Chu Yang. This loud shout made Zi Xieching and Emo Qingguo almost burst into tears. They instantly calmed down their state of mind that was on the verge of collapse. Sweetheart, you're finally here. Why are you only here now? If you didn't come, or if you came a little later, the 2 daughters-in-law you just married might have to die here. The moment Chu Yang arrived, he went to Zi Xieching's side. The first 4 moves of the 9 tribulations, sword burst out directly. In just a moment, a large area was cleared. Those who stood in his way were really invincible and successful. There were at least hundreds of people from the heavenly devil horde who died under the combination of Chu Yang's 4 moves. These people were originally joining forces to besiege Zi Xieching. With Zi Xieching's current cultivation, the heavenly devils who were qualified to deal with her might not be able to take 1 or 2 moves from her, but they were definitely not ordinary people. This group of people died under the combination of Chu Yang's 4 moves. They really died unjustly. However, the most unjustly was still the heavenly devil king who had been fighting with Zi Xieching all this while. He was the most unjustly one among them. In order to take down Big Sister Zi, this guy had almost overdrawn all of his cultivation. Only with the help of his many trusted subordinates could he hold Zi Xieching tightly. Seeing the enemy's strength being depleted bit by bit, seeing that his plan was about to succeed, he had just heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, feeling that he was about to taste the fruits of victory. As everyone knew, after an intense battle or activity, if one heaved a sigh of relief at an untimely moment, he would immediately feel tired all over. The accumulated fatigue would attack him by 2 to 3 times. And this heavenly devil king was in such a situation. He originally wanted to immediately let a few of his senior subordinates self-destruct at this moment, so that he could take the opportunity to take a breather and rest. Then he could easily get rid of Zi Xieching and reap this huge achievement. Originally, based on the situation at that time, his thoughts and actions couldn't be considered wrong. However, there were only unexpected things in this world. When unexpected things came, any beautiful blueprint would just be a dream. At this extremely delicate and critical moment, just when the heavenly devil king had just heaved a sigh of relief and hadn't ordered his subordinates to self-destruct, it was as if someone more ferocious than Zi Xieching had appeared out of nowhere. And it was an extremely unreasonable person. Without a second word, he used a killer move right away. A super killer move. It was such a coincidence that the heavenly devil king, who was at his lowest point, was instantly destroyed by the 9 tribulations' sword without a word. His soul was scattered and his spirit was destroyed, consigned to eternal damnation. And that group of extraterrestrial demon experts who were besieging Zi Xieching. Before he died, he only had one thought. Damn you. You came to kill me without even saying goodbye. You're really a tyrant, too much of a tyrant. Chu Yang's sword didn't stop after it succeeded. He continued to attack in all directions and rushed into the crowd of extraterrestrial demons. At this moment, the 9 tribulations' sword didn't use any sword moves at all. It just swept and swept again. The sword intent of the 9 tribulations' sword was attached to the sword aura, forming a sword aura that was 400 to 500 feet long. With a sweep, Chu Yang cleared a huge circle of 400 to 500 feet in radius. Like a large-scale indiscriminate attack, it came one after another. Such attacks quickly formed a vacuum of life. Whooshing sounds could be heard. The heavenly devil king roared angrily and scattered tens of thousands of soul doppelgangers, which rushed out. Splitting one's own strength like this was originally an unwise move because each soul doppelganger only had 1/10,000th of its own destructive power, which was relatively limited. However, the heavenly devil king's own attributes were special. His attacks might be completely meaningless to the experts of the heavenly devil horde, but to ordinary demon soldiers, it was still powerful enough to kill the enemy demons. It was the most suitable method to deal with the current situation. The moment he attacked, he achieved miraculous results. In a few seconds, tens of thousands of demon soldiers had already fallen under the heavenly devil king's Ninefold doppelgangers. It was really impressive. Just in terms of head count, even the number of casualties caused by Chu Yang was far behind. Only Mo Qingwu's 9 Heavens Dance of Illusion could temporarily suppress the heavenly devil king's heavenly spirit. Xue Leihan, Dong Wushang, Gu Dexing, and the others directly landed in the heavenly devil camp and did the same thing as Chu Yang. They went on a killing spree, killing as many demon soldiers as possible, poof, 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 after what seemed like the blink of an eye. The remnants of Purple Cloud, who were still madly killing their enemies a moment ago, suddenly stopped. This was because they discovered to their astonishment that there were no longer any heavenly devils in front of them. There was only a ground full of corpses and wreckage. There were clearly still heavenly devils in the distance, and there were countless heavenly devils who were charging towards them. But why were they charging further and further away? They were clearly charging in this direction, not retreating. Could it be that there was something wrong with their eyes after such a long battle? Chapter 27:13. Everyone took a closer look and realized that it wasn't their eyes that were out of order, but something else that had happened. The change was actually very simple. Between them and the demon soldiers, there were more than a dozen figures. They didn't notice them earlier because these people were moving too fast and had exceeded the limit of their visual perception. Now they could sense them because the impact they had caused was too great. Every one of them was wielding chilling sword energy and saber light, forming a death domain and a vacuum of life. And they were also charging forward, although there were still a lot of people on the side of the sky demons. They couldn't keep up with the speed of these people's killing. Each of these people was responsible for a distance of about 1,000 feet in front of them. Although there were only a dozen of them, they had completely cut off the battlefield. Every one of them was the mainstay of this battle. Every one of them was crazily charging forward, killing. If that was all, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. What really shocked the survivors of Purple Cloud was that many of them were wielding strange things that looked like the Purple Cloud Emperor's seal. Just like the princess, they were desperately smashing down, and a large area of sky demons was smashed into meat pies. What did this situation mean? There were actually 5, 6, 7, or 8 special weapons that were similar to the Purple Cloud Emperor's seal. How could there be so many? But there were only so many of them. Too ferocious, this is too ferocious. The white-haired elder of the survivors of Purple Cloud grinned, staring at the battlefield that was getting further and further away. He even forgot to treat the wounds on his body. This is really too ferocious. Those are seals. The seals that represent the authority of the Celestial Emperor. How could there be so many seals appearing in Purple Cloud Heaven at the same time? Could it be that the 9 emperors and 1 empress of the Celestial Court are all here? If not, how could there be so many seals? The person beside him hissed in cold air. He was half shocked and half in pain. "I'm afraid, that's it. Take a closer look over there." The 4 words on the seal seemed to be only I, the Eastern Emperor. And on the other side, that woman must be the Demon Empress. And here, since the 9 emperors and 1 empress have arrived at the same time, our Purple Cloud Heaven is saved. There's really hope for Purple Cloud Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor's royal seal's attack is fierce. However, it's difficult for them to attack consecutively. The one with the most destructive power is still that Minister Cheung Shao. Look at the one in the middle who has killed the most people. This is really unbelievable. He's the son-in-law of our Purple Cloud Heavens. The white-haired elder's eyes were brimming with tears. Our Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Firmament's son-in-law. Our Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Firmament's son-in-law and daughter came to save us. The remnant people of Purple Cloud burst into tears. She was extremely touched. The East Emperor Demon Empress and the others, who were in the midst of battle, had extremely clear eyes and ears. Even in such an intense and cruel battle, they could still see everything clearly and see what was happening on the other side. They were all speechless. This was too much. All of us here are fighting with our lives on the line. But you guys are only thanking Zi Xiao, Tian's daughter and son-in-law, when you're free. It feels like we've been working for nothing ever since the arrival of Chu Yang and the others. Zi Xieching, who was already extremely exhausted, did not even have the time to catch her breath. She had already shot up into the air and carried Mo Qinggu down. "How are you, Qinggu?" Zi Xieching panted and asked with concern. Only she knew that this battle could last until Chu Yang and the others arrived. Mo Qinggu's contribution was the greatest. It was Mo Qinggu who was at the most crucial moment. She destroyed the flying demons in one fell swoop and won the most crucial opportunity for the two-world mountain defense line. In this battle, Mo Qinggu rushed back with all her might and joined the battle. In total, there were only a few moves in the battle. However, it was her all-out effort and the Nine Heavens dance that she unleashed with all her might that completely changed the situation of the battle. However, it was precisely because of that Nine Heavens dance that Zi Xieching was even more anxious. Among everyone present, the one who understood the Nine Heavens dance and Mo Qinggu's current situation the most was Zi Xieching. Zi Xieching was really a little scared. Back then, her mother died because she unleashed the Nine Heavens dance to the limit. Although Mo Qinggu's current cultivation was definitely far superior to her mother's then, no one knew how much energy the Nine Heavens dance would consume. Even if it wasn't to the point of death, overexerting one's life force was still a huge hidden danger. With this in mind, how could Zi Xieching not be anxious? Mo Qinggu's lips trembled as she said, "Sister, don't worry. I'm fine. It's just that I've overexerted my vital energy. I just need to rest for a while." Although Mo Qinggu said it casually, in reality, she couldn't even lift her hand. It was obvious how much she had overexerted herself just now. Zi Xieching took out a Super 9 Tribulations pill and stuffed it into Mo Qinggu's cherry lips. The Super 9 Tribulations pill was less effective for Chu Yang. He needed 15 pills to fully recover his vital energy. Although Mo Qinggu was at the same level as Chu Yang, she didn't have 9 dantians like Chu Yang. One Super 9 Tribulations pill couldn't recover too much, but it could occasionally recover about 20% of her vital energy. When one's cultivation level reached the peak of the saint level, as long as they had time to recover their vital energy, the recovery speed of pure vital energy would be extremely fast. After Mo Qinggu took the Super 9 Tribulations pill, she recovered 30% of her original strength in just a short while. When Chu Yang came over, he actually saw that Mo Qinggu looked strong on the outside but weak on the inside. However, at that time, Chu Yang simply couldn't stop to care for Mo Qinggu. He could only choose to replace Zi Xieching to take care of Mo Qinggu. Even though this was already a very selfish act, however, if Chu Yang really stopped to take care of Mo Qinggu, the impact of his identity as Qiongzhao's minister would be unpredictable. Therefore, he transmitted his voice to Zi Xieching the moment he came and pointed this out. Zi Xieching was about to explain Chu Yang's difficulties to Mo Qinggu. However, Mo Qinggu said gently, "I understand. There's no need to say more about this. Chu Yang has his own responsibilities. If we can't understand him a little more, how can we?" Zi Xieching nodded silently. She smiled bitterly and self-deprecatingly and said, "No wonder Chu Yang never wanted to be a hero. There are indeed many considerations to be a hero. Instead of being a true gentleman, it's better to be a true villain and put everything out in the open. As long as you have a clear conscience, it's fine. It's a pity that even though Chu Yang still has such a mentality, he was still pushed to the throne of a hero by the times. It's really helpless. Heroes are created by the times. The ancient saying is true." Mo Qinggu smiled gently and said, "Sister Zi, don't you want your husband to be a great hero? I'm not that delicate. Aren't I fine now? I just need to rest for a while, and I'll be able to fight the enemy again." The two girls looked at each other and smiled. This was originally the common hope of all women in the world. Even though Zi Xieching and Emo Qinggu were extraordinary, they were no exception. Although their husband was already perfect enough, they couldn't help but hope that he could be even more perfect. This was also the most typical mentality that women in the world had towards their men who liked to dress them up. Chapter 27:14. The two ladies retreated at the same time. They regulated their inner yuan and repaired their bodies, quietly watching the scene in front of them. On the other side, more than 10 peak experts were slaughtering their way forward. It was truly a ghastly sight. It was not entirely because of Chu Yang and the rest's massacre, but because of those corpses earlier. Were those mountains and seas of corpses really our handiwork? Women were always sentimental. Even though such a massacre was caused by their own hands, at this moment, when they calmed down, they actually found it somewhat hard to believe. In front of Boundary Mountain, corpses were piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. A thick smell of blood permeated between heaven and earth like a gloomy fog. No matter how strong the wind was, it could not disperse at all vaguely. One could even hear the cries of many vengeful spirits, as well as the killing of soldiers. When Chu Yang and the rest returned exhausted, Emo Qinggu had completely recovered. Together with Zi Xieching and the rest, she went forward to welcome them. "How's the situation?" Emo Qinggu asked. "A total of 7 million extraterrestrial demons." Emo Tianji sat down on the ground, exhausted. For someone like him who had always paid attention to cleanliness, at this moment he actually did not have the slightest scruple about whether the ground was clean or not. It could be seen how exhausted he was. He sat down and took a deep breath before saying, "They've all been killed, all exterminated." The corner of Zi Xieching's mouth could not help but twitch. On the other side, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang walked over with their arms around each other's shoulders. Rather than saying that they were holding each other's shoulders, it was better to say that they were supporting each other. Dong Wushang laughed loudly. Today's massacre was satisfying. Gu Duxing nodded repeatedly and shouted, "It was really satisfying." These two murderers. Everyone could not help but mutter in their hearts. Emo Tianji's heavenly secret hand suddenly made clanging sounds. Emo Tianji took it out to check the news. He said, "Good news! The front of the first bridge has been cleared out. All the extraterrestrial demons. They have all been wiped out. We're just waiting for the arrival of the extraterrestrial demon army." "What about those extraterrestrial demons who have already entered? Are they also extinct?" Chu Yang asked. "Previously, our strength was really too limited and our battle lines were too spread out. Currently, a considerable number of Heavenly Devil Horde have already infiltrated the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Fortunately, all the passes are blocking them with all their might. It's just that many cities have already fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Devils. The defending generals have all perished in battle." Emo Tianji raised his head and looked at Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang's face dimmed for a moment. He murmured, "Since he died in battle, it's not shameful at all. They are all good men of the human race." Everyone sighed and sighed from the bottom of their hearts, analyzed the current intelligence. Although there are quite a number of heavenly demons that have already entered, they're not enough to cause a huge problem. As long as we can annihilate the main force of the heavenly demon army, we can deal with them in the future. Right now, the vanguard of Middle Heaven, they are already close to this place. They will need at most 1.5 days to reach the first bridge. Emo Tianji continued to check the news. With this speed, I believe they're already going all out. Everyone was well aware of how far this distance was. The gathering speed of the Middle Pole Heaven had already exceeded everyone's expectations by half a day. There was no doubt that this was the result of them rushing over here with all their might. The armies of all the major heavens and Earth have already set off on their way. They are all rushing here day and night. Mo Tianji finished reading the news gathered from all the major heavens and earth. He said with a heavy expression, "The above is all good news. Next, we need to discuss the major issues that we need to solve. We need to discuss the big problems that we need to face. At the very least, we need to hold on for another day and a half. With the strength we have here, we can complete this task." Mo Tianji continued. "This 1.5 days refers to 2 days and 1 night. It's the most conservative time limit." Everyone's expression was heavy, and they were speechless for a moment. Although the results of the massacre just now were obvious, and experts on their side were unharmed, this result was due to the fact that most of the peak experts on the other side did not come up. So far, every army that they came into contact with only had a commander. Only then could they slaughter their way over without any scruples, and even achieve a complete victory. It was precisely because the other party did not have the combat power that could threaten their safety that they did not need to worry about their own safety. Even if their combat power was occasionally depleted, they could rest as long as they had some time to recover. Anyway, the combat power of the Heavenly Devil Army was completely unable to break through the protective aura of these top experts. However, they believed that the following battle situation would be completely different. When the second batch of people from the other side arrived, it was very likely that the Heavenly Devil Army would gather their experts. At the very least, there would be 7 or 8 Heavenly Devil King level experts. If that was the case, they would not be able to use today's battle method. This was because as long as there was any sign of overdraft under the covetous eyes of those experts, it was very likely that their souls would scatter in the next moment and they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Approximately how many people can the purple cloud heavens gather in 4 hours? Mo Tianji turned his head and asked. The white-haired old man said in a low voice, "Not too many. At most, 2 million people can come. This is already all the strength we can gather. The rest of the people are hiding on the other side. Although the battle here is intense and earth-shattering, the other side may not know about it. The news of the remnants of the purple cloud heavens is still in a state of isolation even among ourselves. We are afraid that the heavenly devils will catch a group of people and expose all of us." Mo Tianji nodded in understanding. In other words, more than 1 million people from the purple cloud heavens who participated in the battle just now have already died. With another 2 million, it's no more than 6 or 7 million. Excluding the old, weak, sick women and children who can't fight, at most, they only have 2 million combat power. The white-haired old man's face contorted in pain. He said, 2 million is the most optimistic number. If they can really gather 1,500,000, it's already not bad. Hearing this, Mo Tianji could not help but be stunned for a moment. He muttered, more or less, "Yes, this is the number. Even if 1,500,000 come to help, the next wave of attack from the heavenly devils will definitely come at the same time. At that time, the most conservative estimate of the enemy's military strength is probably at least 20 million. Everyone furrowed their brows. There was really no solution to this problem. Tianji, can you create some kind of formation on this boundary-dividing mountain where one man can hold back 10,000 men? If the formation is not successful, how about creating a favorable terrain?" Chu Yang asked hopefully. "Impossible." Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. "I've actually thought about this problem many times. I've been observing the terrain ever since I came here. Firstly, other than the treasure mountains created by the heavens and earth, the other ordinary mountains are basically useless. But here, the boundary-dividing mountain created by the heavens and earth is difficult to be invaded by external forces. There's no way to use it at all." Chapter 27:15. Although the territory here is wide enough, it's definitely not high enough. But for the extraterrestrial demons, there are flying demons that can launch large-scale aerial attacks. Mo Tianji frowned and said, Of course, I can make use of the terrain here to set up some formations and maximize the effectiveness of the terrain here to block the extraterrestrial demons that attack from the ground. However, against the sky, there's nothing I can do. As long as there are formations that can provide support, it'll be fine. Now, every bit of improvement in battle power must be fought for. Chu Yang made a prompt decision. Being able to block the attacks from the ground is already a great help. As for the flying demons in the sky, we can just go all out again. He gritted his teeth. Tianji, set up the formations at once. Tianji nodded. It's not difficult to set up the formations, but the materials are another problem. I need large amounts of souls of purple crystal, no less than 900 of them. The group of heavenly emperors, the East Emperor Demon Empress, and the others were all shocked when they heard this. Tianji's words were like a joke. At least 900 souls of purple crystal. This was not just a difficult problem. It was an unsolvable problem. If there were 30, 50, or even 100, with the 9 emperors and 1 empress gathered here, they might be able to do it. However, Tianji actually said that he needed 900 souls of purple crystal. Looking at the entire imperial court of heaven, the total number of souls of purple crystal in the mortal world over the past 1,000,000 years might not even reach 900. It's all right, I have them. I'll set them up to the maximum. There's no need to be stingy with the materials. Chu Yang placed a huge pile of souls of purple crystal on the ground. Purple light flashed. From the looks of it, there were probably no less than a few thousand of them. The Demon Empress and the others were all stunned. These were souls of purple crystal. Although everyone present was a top-level figure, they weren't unfamiliar with souls of purple crystal. Each of the 9 emperors and 1 empress had some in their hands. Shuel Leihan had the most, and he also had dozens of souls of purple crystal. But who would dare to throw out so many at once like Chu Yang? Using more than 10 souls of purple crystal at once was already a heartache for everyone. Now, using so many at once was simply too extravagant. Tianji didn't hesitate at all. He quickly collected the souls of purple crystal on the ground and immediately became spirited. He jumped up and said, "A few of you come over and help me. I'll arrange it immediately." After saying that, he hurriedly walked out. An hour later, the 9 Tribulations Sword Master, the 9 Tribulations brothers, and Wu Yekwang, who had been left behind at the first bridge, also rushed over. At this moment, all the peak experts of Tian-Ke had finally gathered here for the first time in history. Everyone only enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere for 4 hours before Tianji could finish setting up the Great Formation. The Heavenly Demon Army arrived once again, but this time they didn't manage to catch up. Shuel Leihan, the Demon Empress, and the others had already charged up as the first wave of attacks. The veteran 9 Thearchs and 1 Empress moved in unison and attacked together. The Skyfiend camp instantly fell into chaos after Donghuang's group succeeded in their attack. However, he didn't maintain this large-scale attack for long before quickly withdrawing and adjusting his breathing. Tian-Ke's offensive naturally wouldn't end there. Following the veteran 9 Thearchs and 1 Empress, from the second generation of the 9 Tribulations brothers, the successive generations of the 9 Tribulations launched wave after wave of attacks. Everyone took turns to bombard, forming waves of attacks. Chu Yang had set a strict rule for this tactic. Everyone can only make 3 moves at most. Large-scale attacks without discrimination. After 3 moves, no matter how many extraterrestrial demons are killed, they must immediately withdraw and adjust their breathing. The next wave will take over and continue attacking. Now, the 70 to 80 people on Chu Yang's side were all peak experts. The lowest cultivation was at the peak of the saint level, and most of them had immortal bodies. With this level of cultivation, they could only make 3 moves each time they attacked. Then, how should they make 3 moves? There was no need to talk about it. The moment everyone attacked, they would exhaust themselves to the limit and use all their strength to make 3 consecutive moves. instantly causing large-scale damage. Once the 3 moves were over, they wouldn't be greedy and would immediately withdraw and adjust their breathing. Then, they would prepare for the next wave of attacks. This cycle continued endlessly. There are simply too many heavenly demons. What was the point of attacking in such a large area? Every wave of attacks could kill tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of heavenly demons. Even so, the heavenly demons continued to swarm forward. From a distance of 300 miles, they started to attack. Then, wave after wave of attacks gradually took turns. When the heavenly demons rushed to the front of Boundary Mountain, it was already the 9th time that 9 batches of people had taken turns. In other words, the heavenly demon army suffered a total of 81 waves of large-scale, indiscriminate attacks. In the time it took to eat a meal, tens of millions of heavenly demons fell in the path of attack, just like that. The people of Purple Cloud Heavens who were standing on Boundary Mountain to watch the battle, especially the white-robed elder and the others who were of higher status, stronger abilities, and better eyesight, were all dumbfounded. This kind of fighting style, this kind of lethality, it was really unbelievable. It seemed that any one of these people was better than Emperor Z. How in the past? Had this world gone mad? How could there be so many peerless experts, and all of them gathered here? However, even though Chu Yang and the others had achieved a glorious result, the whole battle situation was not tilted towards the heavenly imperial court. Even though the heavenly demon army suffered heavy casualties, they were piling up demon lives in exchange for space to advance. The endless heavenly demon army gradually approached the Boundary Mountain area. In the last wave, Chu Yang and the others attacked for the last time, completely wiping out the heavenly demon army. Perhaps after this attack, what would follow would be the real, most tragic hand-to-hand combat. Because there was no more space left for Chu Yang and the other top experts, the heavenly demon army used demon lives to deplete and fill up this space of 300 miles. Mo Tianji's formation still lacked the last step. However, he also hurried back at this moment. It would not be too late to set up the formation after this wave of attacks. The first few attacks, Mo Tianji was busy setting up the formation and did not participate. But this last attack, in order to achieve the maximum lethality and complete the power of the 9 tribulations, he had to take action. As the last wave of attacks, it would be best if this wave of attacks could cause the extraterrestrial demons an extremely strong and indelible shock. This would buy time. The most important thing now was to buy time. Whether it was Chu Yang and the others' attacks in batches or the formation set up by Mo Tianji, the ultimate goal was always to buy time. Everyone was present. In fact, they were even afraid of affecting the power of the 9 tribulations sword formation. Even Zixieqing and the tribulation spirit Chu Lu were not allowed to take action as long as they did not belong to Chu Yang's generation of 9 tribulations. 9 tribulations, sword formation. Chu Yang shouted in a low voice. Set up the formation. Chu Yang was in front. Gu Daxing and Dong Wushang followed, closely behind. Mo Tianji, Xie Danchong, Rui Badong, Ao Xin, GMO, Luo Kadi, and Mo Qingguo took a step forward at the same time. Ultimate 9 tribulations sword. Chu Yang murmured in a low voice. The murderous aura in his eyes surged like never before. He even pushed his aura to the peak. With a flip of his palm, the 9 tribulations sword jumped and flickered with a cold light. It quietly appeared in his hand. The moment the 9 tribulations sword appeared in Chu Yang's hand, Chu Yang's body slowly floated up. The 9 people behind him also floated up together with him. 10 people. It was as if they were a single entity. At this moment, Yun Dongqin, Feng Junlai, and the other 9 tribulations sword masters. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out at the same time. Their bodies shook as they clearly felt a change in their bodies. The sword aura of the 9 tribulations sword suddenly skyrocketed as if it had gone mad. In an extremely short period of time, it skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. The sword aura traversed 3,000 miles and cut open the heavens and the earth. Witnessing this shocking scene with their own eyes, both the enemy and their allies were shocked beyond words. For a moment, they completely did not understand what was going on. How could there be such a shocking divine sword aura in the universe, shocking the universe and looking down on the 9 heavens? It was just that most of the people who witnessed this scene were only shocked. However, there were some who felt something else. When the past 9 tribulations sword masters saw Chu Yang's actions, besides being shocked, their bodies suddenly shook. An unprecedented strange aura slowly emerged from their bodies and rose into the air. Gradually it gathered in mid-air. In mid-air, a sharp and clear sound of a sword rang out for no apparent reason. Clang! This sword chime of unknown origin seemed to have come from the 9 heavens. In the world, in everyone's hearts, it suddenly sounded. In everyone's hearts, they could suddenly clearly feel a sword appearing without any warning. The next moment, everyone who was staring at Chu Yang and the others sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. They were dumbfounded and tongue-tied, because right in front of everyone's eyes, the bodies of Chu Yang and the other 9 disappeared just like that. What replaced them was a sword, an unusually huge sword, a huge sword that was at least 5,000 feet long. That huge sword was filled with a cold, murderous aura. It floated in midair, and the tip of the sword flickered with a cold light. It faced the extraterrestrial demons who were charging at it crazily, ready to attack. Between the heaven and earth, a sudden clap of thunder sounded. Sword! Along with this sudden clap of thunder, a huge word suddenly appeared in the distant sky, radiating light in all directions. At this moment, even the heaven and earth lost their color. Chu Yang's voice also sounded at this moment. One ray of cold light, 10,000 feet of light. That huge sword formed by the 10 people suddenly spun rapidly. 10,000 points of light scattered in all directions along with a ray of cold light. A series of densely packed screams immediately came from the crowd of extraterrestrial demons. Innumerable extraterrestrial demons had a bloody hole in their foreheads for no reason. Along with their screams, they fell on their backs. They were dead. His soul had been completely destroyed. In the sky, another 2 claps of thunder suddenly sounded. As the 2 claps of thunder flashed, 2 bolts of lightning fell from the sky and exploded in the extraterrestrial demon array. Chapter 27:16. Wherever the thunder and lightning passed, tens of thousands of heavenly demons were blown into smithereens. At the same time, another big word appeared in the sky. Explode! This explode word was placed side by side with the previous sword word, shining with a unique brilliance. An unprecedented violent aura was emitted. Before everyone could recover from their shock, another 3 thunderbolts appeared in the sky. This time, the 3 thunderbolts that appeared were accompanied by 3 huge meteorites. One of them fell into the heavenly demon army where the tip of the sword was pointing. In an instant, it was another scene of hell on earth. The 3rd word had also appeared in the sky, side by side with the previous 2 words. Song. Everyone was so shocked that they were at a loss for words. Sword explodes song. Xue Leihan's mind suddenly flashed, and he blurted out, "Isn't this the 9 tribulations, sword masters?" Thinking of this, he suddenly gasped and didn't continue speaking. For a moment, he only felt that his mind was shaken and filled with traces of fate. The demon empress asked in confusion, What did you say?" Xue Leihan shook his head and looked at the sky cautiously. Looking into the distance, he said, "Nothing. Look, you'll know if you continue watching." In just 2 short sentences, for thunderbolts had already lit up the entire land. In the heavenly demon array, an even more powerful 4th explosion had already begun. Boom, 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 boom. It was as if doomsday had arrived. However, doomsday was actually far from truly arriving. Or perhaps only the changes later could be called doomsday. In midair, Another word flashed across the sky, emitting a dazzling light. Heaven. Until now, Lehan was completely sure of what would happen next. Between the heavens and earth, these words would continue to appear until the ninth one appeared. Because there were 9 names of the 9 tribulations, Sword Master. The first one was Sword. The second one was Storm. The third one was Mengsong. The fourth one was Duantian. The fifth one was Yundong. The sixth one was Qin Fong. The ninth one was Chuyang. As Lehan expected, there were indeed 5 explosions. There were indeed 5 thunderbolts. Then another big word appeared in the sky. Dong. Yundong. The huge 9 tribulations sword was still in mid-air, spinning slowly. The murderous aura continued to sweep out. The heavenly devil army finally stopped advancing. But no matter how far they were still killed by the powerful Sword Chi one after another. The incessant bolts of lightning that fell from the sky were also within the heavenly demon army. It caused an unusually large amount of damage. For now, only 5 words had appeared, but the heavenly demon army had already lost over 2 million soldiers. In the Sky Devil army camp, a total of 8 heavenly demon kings looked at the sword in the sky with fear. Their bodies and minds were filled with powerlessness. In the face of such might of heaven and earth, how could he resist it? There was simply no way to resist. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about. They could only passively endure it and watch as their subordinates were massacred in batches, because they didn't even have the slightest desire to fight. Even if they wanted to fight, they couldn't find the target. The 8 heavenly devil kings truly didn't have the guts to contend against the might of heaven and earth. They only had one thought in their hearts. Let this nightmare end quickly. Don't continue. However, the lightning in the sky clearly didn't hear the heavenly demon king's expectations. It flickered crazily again and descended. The 8 heavenly demon kings closed their eyes at the same time. Without a doubt, it would definitely be another huge loss. One that was even greater than the previous loss. When would the nightmare end? When would it truly end? They had never even heard of such a strange thing. Even in their dreams, they couldn't imagine that the infinite horror had actually appeared in front of them. Furthermore, it was directed at their own side. Countless people were instantly annihilated and no longer existed in this world. This kind of feeling of defeat was really hard to comprehend. Indeed, after 6 flashes of lightning and 6 explosions, a new word appeared in the sky. Fong! 7 flashes of lightning appeared again without any break. The heavenly demon army had already begun to show signs of collapse, and there was a commotion. In the face of such a strange death, no matter how strong they were, they would be fools to say that they weren't afraid. No matter how strict the discipline of the army was, when faced with such might of heaven and earth, they would definitely not be able to hold on, because this was absolutely not something that could be resisted or understood by human strength. Countless heavenly demons scattered and fled in all directions, trying to avoid the lightning calamity in the sky. However, the 7 explosions still detonated at the densest places. Where there were fewer people, the lightning wouldn't fall at all. In the face of such a situation, the 8 heavenly demon kings all wanted to open their mouths and curse. Did the lightning have eyes or something? The 7th wave of lightning calamity ended, and the 7th word appeared as before. Venerable. It should be over soon, right? The heavenly demon kings were eagerly looking forward to it. They couldn't continue. If they continued, they would really be finished. However, reality still went against their wishes. An even more frightening aura began to condense in the sky. Fuck, there's more! The heavenly demon army really collapsed, and even more soldiers began to flee. In some military camps, all the members of the entire army fled in groups. Every heavenly demon hated their parents for giving them 2 less legs. They were really scared to death. Boom, 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 boom. 8 flashes of lightning exploded, as if they were going to blow up the entire purple cloud heaven, and landed in the midst of the heavenly demon army. One of the flashes of lightning as if it had eyes, went straight to where the 8 heavenly demon kings were and landed with a loud bang. This sudden attack came too suddenly. The 8 heavenly demon kings didn't even have time to dodge. Although they saw it with their eyes, their bodies didn't have time to do anything. The 8 heavenly demon kings let out a strange cry at the same time and circulated all their cultivation to defend together. At this moment, they could only defend. They did their best to defend, hoping to resist the might of heaven and earth and the lightning calamity. Boom! After the lightning explosion, the 8 heavenly demon kings fell to the ground in unison, their bodies charred black. 2 of the weaker ones had already lost their lives. Their entire bodies had been turned into 2 pieces of charcoal, and black smoke was still coming out. The air was filled with the smell of cooked meat. These heavenly demon kings were experts equivalent to the 9 thearchs and 1 empress. The 8 of them had joined forces to defend, but they were killed by lightning just like that. As for the 6 people who were lucky enough to survive, they had exhausted all their vitality and couldn't even get up. They couldn't even make a single sound. All their cultivation was under the vast, heavenly might of that lightning. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. At this moment, the hearts of every heavenly demon king were filled with extreme fear. If they could move now, they would definitely run away. Run as far as they could. Run as fast as they could. Run as fast as they could. This was too terrifying. This time His Majesty sent the 8 of us out together, leading an army of 40 million. Could it be that we are all going to die here? This is too unlucky, right? Why did the sky start to rain down such lightning for no reason? And it only struck us, not them. This was too demonic. The 8th word also appeared after the lightning tribulation ended. Lie. After the 8th word appeared, the sky was silent for a short period of time, but the hidden pressure didn't weaken. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. The vast power of heaven and earth had condensed to an unprecedented, terrifying level. Even with the cultivation of the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress, under the pressure of such a power of heaven and earth, she didn't dare to rashly take a deep breath. The previous 8 waves of explosions already had the power to destroy the heavenly demon kings. But this time, the energy required was obviously even greater. Then, what level would the power reach after the explosion? In the sky, the terrifying aura was still condensing and accumulating. And Chu Yang's voice also sounded at this moment. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Together with the tens of millions of heavenly demon corpses underground, the murderous aura in Chu Yang's words had really reached the level of breaking through the heavens. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions continued to ring out, and lightning continued to fall. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their eyebrows twitched violently. The originally densely packed heavenly demon army, which had no end to it, actually turned into scattered little fish after 9 lightning bolts and 9 explosions, scattering wildly on the ground. They fought to escape. All the other troops, all the heavenly demons, whether they were earth demons, flame demons, flying demons, or all died in this strange explosion. As for the 8 heavenly demon kings, no, the 6 that luckily survived, they were obviously not lucky anymore. Not a single one was left, and all of them turned into ashes. A total of 40 million heavenly demon army actually turned into powder so inexplicably. Not even a complete corpse could be seen. The catastrophe that Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the rest had no confidence in dealing with was solved so inexplicably. All of this was just like a dream, different from the nightmare that the heavenly demon kings thought it was. To the imperial court, this was simply too wonderful a dream. So good that it was unbelievable. And in midair, the 9th word finally appeared. Yang. The 9 words were arranged neatly in midair, like 9 suns, existing since ancient times. Sword. Explode. Cang. Heaven. Dong. Feng. Zun. Lai. Yang. It was these 9 words, the 9 tribulations sword, the names of the 9 sword masters, produced such an incredible explosion under a mysterious and inconceivable power. And the power of this explosion was so earth-shattering. Even when the explosion was over, everyone, including Chu Yang, still didn't know what was going on. Above the giant sword in the sky, a puff of black smoke suddenly appeared. Chu Yang clearly heard a voice full of relief saying, "Finally, it's complete. Damn it, I'm really going to die from exhaustion." Then the giant sword suddenly disappeared, and the bodies of Chu Yang and the rest reappeared in midair. I remember when I opened the book, I once said that I had already written tens of thousands of words for the ending of the Nine Heavens world-defying stage. Of course, at that time, it was just to set a goal for myself. At least I won't write it wrong. But now I've finally reached here, so I'm constantly revising it. Of course, what I wrote back then does not match up with the countless plots now. Chapter 2718. This inexplicable lightning and thunder tribulation was filled with a magnificent, dreamy, and even strange atmosphere. The result was so glorious that no one dared to believe it. The 40 million heavenly demon army, which was a great threat and almost impossible to resist, actually died in this lightning tribulation in a very magnificent manner, vanishing into thin air. Moreover, this included the heavenly demon kings who had reached the level of 9 thearchs and 1 empress. 8 heavenly demon kings perished together. These heavenly demon kings were so miserable that they didn't even have the chance to display their strength before their divine souls perished together. They didn't even have the time to watch the last wave of heavenly thunder before they were turned into ashes under the 9th wave of heavenly thunder tribulation, consigned to eternal damnation. The heavenly demon army of such quantity and quality was all inexplicably destroyed just like that. It really didn't make sense. It was simply like a joke, and a joke so absurd that no one would believe it. However, all of this had happened in such an atmosphere, and it had become a reality, under the inexplicably shocked gazes of everyone in front of them. Chu Yang and the others reappeared and slowly landed on the ground. It was just that there was an additional layer of faint light on each of them. If not for the constant flickering of the light, it was almost impossible to see. Among them, the light on Chu Yang's body was the most obvious. It was as if it had condensed into a substance, and the 7-colored light was shining brightly. Chu Yang and the others clearly felt that, for some reason, their cultivation was actually soaring in some unimaginable way. And the strange thing was, this time there was no problem of meridians being overloaded. It seemed that no matter how much spiritual energy there was, their bodies, they could withstand and absorb it. The 10 of them closed their eyes together and silently sensed the vast increase in their cultivation that had suddenly occurred in their bodies. Chu Yang's own cultivation was far above the other brothers, and with the 9 nascent souls, he benefited the most. The layer of light that lingered on the surface of his body was also the most obvious. The obvious strength of the light was probably the difference in the strength of each person's cultivation. In the sky, the 9 big words that appeared one by one were still flashing and lingering in midair for a long time. It should have been afternoon at this moment, and the sun should have been shining brightly. But strangely it turned into night. What was even stranger was that the sky turned dark, but the sun was still there. It shone with boundless splendor. The moon also appeared, illuminating the universe. There were also stars in the sky, densely packed together, flickering with all their might. The night sky was black. In the dark night sky, the sun, moon, and stars all appeared in the sky at the same time. At this moment, the sun, the moon, and the stars shone. They actually appeared at the same time, as if to prove this unprecedented phenomenon. Streaks of mysterious power poured down from the sea of stars that suddenly appeared in the sky, landing on the 9 words. It was unknown when it came, but the 9 words "sword explodes the heavens, east reigns the blazing sun" began to slowly spin. As a result, streams of extremely pure spiritual energy rushed madly into the bodies of Chu Yang and the others like a tsunami. No, the target of this pure spiritual energy was not only Chu Yang and the others, but also the previous generations of the 9 tribulations. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the bodies of the past 9 tribulations sword masters and the past 9 tribulations brothers also overflowed with a faint glow. Their cultivations also advanced by leaps and bounds, as if they were assisted by the gods. I understand now. I really understand completely this time. Shuel Leihan stared dumbfoundedly at the occurrence and development of all this. Finally, he sighed and muttered to himself. No wonder. No wonder he had always found it strange how such supernatural things could happen. Sword explodes the heavens. East reigns the blazing sun. The names of the past 9 tribulations, sword masters, were like this. The first word was sword. A sword, if not used by humans, was ultimately an emotionless object. Therefore, the first 9 tribulations, sword master was emotionless by nature. In the end, it was just a sword, an emotionless sword. In the end, it could only perish and disappear. And the next 7 generations of 9 tribulations, sword masters, were the true leaders. They were also the executors of this true mission. But everything should be in accordance with a number of 9 in 1. But what was the purpose of this number? This was still unknown for the time being. The past 9 tribulations sword masters had used that kind of heroic method to send their brothers here to become indestructible heavenly guards, protecting the 9 heavens imperial court all this time. It had been like this for 90,000 years. And when the first batch of people arrived, it was the time when the extraterrestrial demons began their probing invasion. After that, as the number of extraterrestrial demons increased, their attacks became more frequent, and the number of golden-robed heavenly guards also increased. All along, they were able to withstand it, until the appearance of the 9th generation 9 tribulations, Sword Master, ended everything. Chu Yang, the 9 tribulations Sword Master, could be said to be the strongest in history. This was also undeniable. Therefore, it was up to Chu Yang to wrap things up and trigger a phenomenon of heaven and earth. At the moment when the ultimate 9 tribulations sword appeared, thunder roared in the clear sky and lightning flashed in the daytime. The 3 lights of the sun, moon, and stars merged into one, creating a phenomenon of heaven and earth. This was the greatest phenomenon of all time. This extremely mystical phenomenon actually lasted for a very long time. Only then did it slowly dissipate. The phenomenon of heaven and earth gradually ended, and the 9 huge words in the sky finally changed again. First, the first word suddenly exploded and turned into countless fragments, but all of them came down to the last word, Yang. The other 8 words spun and spun even more intensely. In an instant, the first 7 words respectively chose their corresponding people and whizzed down, entering the bodies of the previous 7 generations of 9 tribulations sword masters. At this moment, only the last word, Yang, was left in the sky, existing eternally in the sky. The wind and clouds were silent, the stars in the sky gradually disappeared, and the moonlight also finally disappeared. Heaven and earth once again returned to the normal scene of a clear sky and daytime. A red sun still hung high in the sky, shining in all directions, and dawn arrived again. The only remaining word, Yang, and the blazing sun in the sky reflected each other. After a moment, the sun focused its endless brilliance, without warning, shining on this word. The next moment, the word which bore the majestic sunlight also emitted 3 rays of light. One of them entered Zi Xieching's body like lightning, while the other 2 soared into the sky and flew away, their specific destination unknown. However, Shueleihan and the others vaguely guessed that these 2 rays of light should have gone to find Wu Qianshan and Tai Butian. The reason why Mo Qingguo didn't receive such treatment was because she was originally one of the 9 tribulations of this generation. She had already been nourished by the previous 3 rays of light, so she didn't need another one. After the 3 rays of light scattered, the word seemed to have completed its mission, causing everyone present to heave a sigh of relief. Then it suddenly rushed down. It rushed directly into Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang only felt his own body shake violently. It was as if he had woken up from a big dream. Opening his eyes, he looked around him and realized that his brothers all looked confused. But there was some kind of inexplicable excitement hidden in their faces. Chu Yang had just activated the 9 Tribulations sword formation with the intention of stopping the invasion of the demon army. The moment the formation was formed, he also lost consciousness. He didn't know what happened after that at all. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly heard a voice. "Silly boy, do you still not understand? Haha." This voice was obviously right beside him. Chu Yang couldn't help but frown, and looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw that in front of him, there seemed to be a faint sword shadow that seemed to have quietly emerged from nothingness. However, the expressions of Mo Tianji and the others didn't change. Obviously, even though it was just a faint sword shadow, only Chu Yang could see it. "Who are you?" Chu Yang asked. "Me? I am the predecessor of the 9 Tribulations sword." The faint, illusory sword shadow said lightly. Then, a drop of blood suddenly appeared on the sword's body. That drop of blood instantly entered between Chu Yang's eyebrows and disappeared. The sword said casually, "My name is Blood of Yellow Flame. I haven't used this name for many, many years." The sword shadow flashed, and a black shadow whose face couldn't be seen appeared. It said, "Today you know my origin. Then, I'll give you a drop of Blood of Yellow Flame." Although the drop of blood entered his body, Chu Yang didn't feel anything wrong with his body. Almost subconsciously, he muttered, "Blood of Yellow Flame? Yes, you will know the use of this drop of blood in the future. Wait until you reach a higher level." This sword shadow called Blood of Yellow Flame said, "Now your 9 Tribulations sword has reached great success. My mission is also completed. It's time to leave. My mission, my calamity, my everything has become a thing of the past. Right now, it no longer belongs to me." "You're leaving? But I still don't understand. Since you're leaving, why don't you explain everything clearly before leaving?" Chu Yang said, "As far as I know, my 9 Tribulations sword has only obtained the first 8 fragments. The so-called 9th fragment, I haven't really obtained it." No. Actually, you've already obtained it." The black shadow smiled. "The so-called 9th fragment is actually the sword spirit. All sword spirits that come from outside are not true sword spirits. At least, they aren't your sword spirit. Only what you give your sword is the true sword spirit of the sword. Or rather, it's the sword spirit of your own sword. And the name of the sword spirit you give your sword is to protect." The black shadow said lightly, "Protect your family, protect your friends, protect the heavens and earth. Protect all living things, protect everything. This is the sword spirit of the gods." Oh, Chu Yang looked at the 9 Tribulations sword in his hand in puzzlement. The light of the 9 Tribulations sword flashed as before. But Chu Yang could clearly feel that the 9 Tribulations sword now was truly and completely his. There was no trace of anyone left on it. Even the aura of the almighty person who created the 9 Tribulations sword was gone. "This sword is mine. It's like a part of my body. I can completely make the decision. Only when the sword master personally gives the sword spirit can it be the true sword spirit. Now do you understand?" Chapter 27:19. Therefore, this sword of yours is a true divine sword. After you control it for a period of time, it will gradually grow along with you. And when it grows to my level one day, you will have to eliminate the tribulation for it and make it a true supreme sword. The black shadow sighed with emotion as he said, "Therefore, this sword of yours is a true divine sword. After you control it for a period of time, it will gradually grow along with you. And when it grows to my level one day, you will have to eliminate the tribulation for it and make it a true supreme sword." Eliminate the tribulation? Supreme sword? Chu Yang didn't understand. Simply put, the origin of the 9 tribulations sword is nothing more than a process of my tribulations. If you want to talk about it in more detail, I don't want to talk about it. Wait until you reach a certain level. Then you'll naturally understand. The shadow smiled. But I think I still don't understand what's going on. So, it's because of you that the 9 tribulations sword appeared in this world. That's why this kind of reincarnation appeared. That's why the 9 tribulations of each generation appeared. That's the simple explanation, right? And all this is because you encountered a tribulation that belongs to the sword, so your master wants to eliminate the tribulation for you. Chu Yang said. As he spoke, an indistinct emotion that was difficult to conceal arose spontaneously. There was also some anger that arose spontaneously. That's how it is. Because I discovered that in the 90,000 years of the 9 tribulations sword reincarnation, the so-called tribulations are actually true feelings. It was the true love between brothers. This isn't something that can be manipulated by anyone. This emotion shouldn't be manipulated by anyone. All of this makes me angry. He faced the black shadow and said in a deep voice, every generation of the 9 tribulations, sword master was a righteous man. They were all good men who valued friendship and righteousness. His brothers were also people who treated each other with sincerity. They had no selfish motives. But for this so-called tribulation, the so-called mission of the 9 tribulations sword, they went through such an unforgettable internal strife. Although in the end they achieved perfection, but is perfection really perfection? Are the wounds and painful memories from all these years really hard to make up for? I don't think so. This kind of manipulation is done by a kind of master. Chu Yang said sharply, I think these good men, they shouldn't have gone through such an experience. The black shadow was silent for a while. Then he said somewhat mockingly, how can you see the rainbow if you don't experience the storm? It's because of this world that there are such tortures. That's why you can call them good men at this moment. If he hadn't experienced anything before, how could he be considered a good man? As the saying goes, the times create heroes. That's the truth. Preposterous logic. What you said is only preposterous logic. A good man doesn't mean that he should be kept in the dark and be wantonly played by others. Chu Yang was somewhat angry. Kid, listen to me. You're walking into the wrong place. Don't let your anger blind you. This is my fate, but there are countless ways to get rid of my tribulation. Why do I have to create a group of experts like you? If my master were to help me get rid of this calamity, he would only need to turn his palm over. However, the reason why the 9 tribulations sword's reincarnation mission appeared is because of your own fate. During this process, I was never involved in anything. You're the one who's doing everything. Your success is your success. It has nothing to do with me. As for me, living in silence for so many years is a kind of grievance. It's just to help you walk on the path of Great Tao. The black shadow was somewhat aggrieved. It's simply too unfair for me to sleep like this without saying a word. And everything is for you. Chu Yang said lightly, is your master lonely? Does he want to train a few people to play with him? Lonely? Huh. The black shadow said lightly and mockingly, first, this process can be said to be a selection. And these people are not selected to relieve loneliness, but for this world. This world needs someone to preside over it, someone to manage it, someone to punish evil and promote good, especially to get rid of calamities. You may think that my master who created the 9 tribulations sword only needs to blow a breath to destroy these present extraterrestrial demons. Why would he go through so much trouble? But these enemies, these calamities, to you, must be faced personally. External forces to wipe them out by force will only add more calamities and tribulations. In the end, it will only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Because in this world, all opponents are the other party's whetstones. If you defeat him, he's the whetstone. If he defeats you, you'll become the whetstone. You need such whetstones to make you stronger. And this is also the law, power of the universe, since ancient times. If there's no whetstone, then the whole world will be filled with mediocre people. Do you know how many people there are in this world? The Black Shadow looked at Chu Yang and said lightly, "Do you know how many other places like the Nine Heavens continent and the Nine Heavens imperial court are in this universe? Between heaven and earth, there needs to be order. And now, time and space are already in chaos. All kinds of transmigrations, intrusions, and rebirths are common. So, there's even more need to reorganize and set things right. And as far as I know, you experts are the makers, executors, and managers of order. Under this premise, any grievance, any sacrifice is worth it." The Black Shadow said, "I've only heard vaguely that in the coming years, a long time later, there will be a great calamity that belongs to all living beings in this world. Even my master and the others are actively preparing to deal with the arrival of this calamity. This is the common calamity of all living beings in the universe." The Black Shadow said heavily, "Do you understand? It's the whole universe. This is the fate of heaven and earth, and also the fate of the universe. And my master wants to reverse this fate. But it's not enough with just him and a limited number of people. That's why there's your fate. You need to grow to a certain level before you can participate." "I don't understand. I still don't understand." Chu Yang was even more confused. "Or rather, I'm even more confused. I don't understand at all. What are you talking about? Just like you, or your master, wantonly manipulating living beings. It actually makes sense. Besides, is the fate of heaven and earth something that can be reversed by human strength?" The Black Shadow said lightly, "How do you know if you don't try?" He breathed a sigh of relief, tiredly. "If you don't understand, then don't understand. Heaven and earth have their limits, and human strength has their limits. When the time comes, you'll understand everything." The Black Shadow smiled faintly. "I really have to go. I haven't seen my boss for many, many years. I should go and see him." The Black Shadow began to fade, as if it was going to return to nothingness. Chu Yang's 9 tribulations sword let out a reluctant sword cry. There was no trace of a mark, but it didn't mean that there was no connection at all. The 9 tribulations sword obviously had too many feelings for the only one of its kind in this world. The Black Shadow turned his head and looked at the 9 tribulations sword. It actually had a sense of familiarity. He said, "I believe that we'll meet again after some time. At that time, we may have new companions, so you won't be lonely. You don't have to look forward to your master rising to a higher level." Seeing that the Black Shadow was really about to leave, Chu Yang hurriedly stopped him and said, "Then, where's my sword spirit?" The Black Shadow said lightly, "Sword spirit? That little phoenix? He has now found the path that he belongs to. There will be a day when you and he will meet again. You don't have to worry about him." Chu Yang's eyes were filled with longing. He said, "Right now, I just want to know if the sword spirit is doing well." The Black Shadow looked up at the sky and said, "At that time, you'll definitely know." Then, a black shadow instantly flashed across the sky. In midair, it suddenly appeared. Suddenly, it let out a loud sword cry that sounded like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. Faintly, a transcendent shadow flashed across the sky from east to west. It seemed as if the entire blue sky was split into 2 halves by that light shadow. At this point, the Black Shadow had completely disappeared. "Boss, what happened to you?" Mo Tianji and the others gathered around and asked with concern. "Nothing, nothing. I was just distracted." Chu Yang was a little absent-minded. He answered casually. In his heart, he was still thinking about what the Black Shadow had said. All of this isn't the end. It's just the beginning. The calamity of all the creatures in the universe. What kind of calamity was that? What kind of calamity was that? Chu Yang thought for a long time, but ultimately felt that there was only a fog in front of him. It turned out that the more he knew, the more he realized that he was actually so ignorant. Everyone was still in a daze. It might not be good for him to be the only one awake. When he woke up, he realized that there were cheers all around him. Mo Tianji and the others were cheering, because Gu Duxing and the rest of the 9 tribulations had all realized that their cultivation had suddenly increased by more than 10 times. An unprecedented feeling of mystery and confidence rose in everyone's hearts. It was as if as long as he wanted to, he could easily leave this world and go to an even vaster starry sky with just a thought. The final barrier of the 9 heavens imperial court cultivators, the realm above the saint level, had all been broken through by these people. And the past 9 tribulations, sword masters, also felt that they had stepped into a whole new realm. All of them were pleasantly surprised. And what the past 9 tribulations brothers were cheering about was that their own bodies had undergone an earth-shattering change. Originally, they had only come here as spirits. Due to some kind of opportunity, they had become immortal golden bodies. Although their cultivation was extremely high and powerful, because they didn't have their physical bodies, the space for improvement was almost non-existent. However, just now, after that sword piercing the heavens and honoring the blazing sun of the east, everyone unexpectedly and clearly discovered that what they had lost all these years had actually been made up for, and it had been made up for even more. In front of them, a path to the heavens was gradually opening up, and it was incomparably clear. As long as they didn't give up and worked hard to continue walking, there would come a day when they would also walk into that universe. They would become indisputable experts. Perhaps one day in another book, I will open up this destiny of heaven and earth mentioned in this chapter. But it definitely won't be the next book. Chapter 2720. The East Emperor Demon Empress. The veteran members of the 9 emperors and 1 empress, as well as the people of the purple clouds, were also cheering. A total of 40 million heavenly demon army, an enemy that they couldn't contend against, was completely annihilated, and their side actually suffered 0 casualties. How could they not be happy? This was simply a miracle. Everyone was jubilant and discussing. Everyone was full of smiles and joy. Only Chu Yang was feeling the changes of the 9 tribulations sword. The 9 tribulations sword was now completely unified, and no traces could be seen anymore. But Chu Yang could feel that the 9 tribulations sword could only truly be completely controlled by him now. He could do as he pleased. He could change the size of the 9 tribulations sword into anything in the world with just a thought. In fact, he could even change it into whatever Chu Yang wanted it to be. Any weapon. He wouldn't be restricted by the restrictions of weapons, or even anything else. Everything was so natural and mysterious. With a thought, Chu Yang kept the 9 tribulations soared from big to small into the 9 tribulation space. And when he came into contact with the 9 tribulation space again, he was surprised to find that his 9 tribulation space seemed to have undergone an earth-shaking change. The space was bigger, the spiritual energy was more abundant, and the purity was higher. In addition, the embryonic form of a small world was formed inside. Mountains and rivers, the sky and the earth. Everything was there, although it was still a very small world and was far from being comparable to the great thousand world. But, after all, this was also a world of its own. Chu Yang was surprised by this change and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Holding back the shock in his heart, he looked internally at himself. His cultivation should have improved by quite a bit, right? With one look, he almost screamed. This was also because Chu Yang's cultivation was more stable after this change. Otherwise, he would have made such a big fuss during the process of looking internally. It would be strange if he didn't go crazy. Actually, it was no wonder that Chu Yang was so surprised. His improvement this time was really a little too big. He saw that his 9 dantians were densely filled with nebulas. As it rotated slowly, the sun, moon, and stars were all present, and there was only a corner of the skies. But it seemed that there was no end to it. At the most central position, a clearly visible Milky Way was already taking shape. Within the Milky Way, there were already stars that were constantly blinking. The countless starlight belts in the distance were also flickering with a faint light. These were clearly 9 miniature worlds. These 9 worlds had already begun to produce spiritual energy on their own, and were gradually filling up. Other than being able to be absorbed from the outside world, it could also be produced from the inside. One could imagine. It wouldn't be long before the 9 small worlds were fully formed. Chu Yang tried to activate the 9 heavens divine technique. Suddenly, he felt that the spiritual chi of the 9 worlds had formed a storm in an instant. Then it merged into one and rushed into the meridians of his body. He only needed a single thought to launch an attack, and the power that this attack could produce was absolutely enormous. It was something that Chu Yang didn't even dare to imagine before. Just a moment ago, he actually made such astonishing progress, as if he was stepping into the clouds and reaching the heavens in a single bound. Chu Yang couldn't believe it. Even if it was a dream, this dream was too exaggerated in the distance. Black clouds once again filled the sky. The extraterrestrial demon's attack this time was actually much more powerful than before. It was truly overwhelming. Chu Yang remained calm and collected. He narrowed his eyes and looked over. Everything that was happening tens of thousands of miles away, no matter how big or small, entered his eyes. On the other side, a large flag stood tall. It was black with a red sun shining on it. The words on it were none other than the extraterrestrial demon imperial flag. In the distance, there were countless otherworldly demons coming from 8 different directions. They were advancing rapidly towards this place, and this was only a rough estimate. The most conservative estimate was that there were at least 1 billion of them. Evidently, the extraterrestrial demons had truly turned out in full force after learning about the disappearance of the ancient white fog at the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. They wanted to conquer and occupy the 9 Heavens Imperial Court in one fell swoop. The Heavenly Devil Army, which was coming from 8 different directions, soared into the sky and formed an extremely strange thing in the air. This thing wasn't the same as any known living thing in the Imperial Court. Therefore, no one knew what it was exactly. The only thing that could be clearly confirmed was that it was the image of a monster with 8 heads. Accompanying that monster image was a ferocious aura that could devour heaven and earth, breaking through the air and arriving. 8 heads, a long body. There was disgust in Chu Yang's eyes. What kind of monster is this? Its strength seems to be quite strong. Yes, why does every head of this monster look like a hen's head? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, "Whatever, I don't know its name anyway. Besides, I'll just kill it next. Who cares what you are? I'll just call you 8 Chicken Serpent. Trash with the head of a chicken and the body of a snake. This name is very appropriate." As he spoke, Chu Yang's eyes widened. An unprecedentedly strong, murderous intent surged and exploded. In the extraterrestrial demon army, there was a man in a yellow robe with the image of a scorching sun embroidered on his chest. He sat on a luxurious chariot with his eyes closed. This was the supreme emperor of the extraterrestrial demon clan, the almighty sovereign, the heavenly demon emperor, the security ruler, and his weapon was a heaven-measuring ruler. The celestial imperial court had a supreme sovereign, Master Cloud. The extraterrestrial demons also had a supreme sovereign, the security ruler. This security ruler was a rare, peerless genius in the extraterrestrial demon clan for millions of years. Full of ambition, his cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds since he was young. His original name was originally Security Shaoquan. However, ever since he used the heaven-measuring ruler, he felt that his original name was really petty. In addition, he felt that he was going to use this heaven-measuring ruler to order the whole world around him around. Therefore, he changed his name to Security Ruler Envoy. He thought that he was very awe-inspiring and high-class at this moment. He knew that the white fog in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court had been broken. Now that the natural hazards had been eliminated, he was even more complacent and awe-inspiring. He felt from the bottom of his heart that this was simply heaven's will, heaven's will. This was Heaven's greatest wish for the extraterrestrial demon clan to be fulfilled in his own hands. The place where the extraterrestrial demon clan originally lived had once again experienced a serious spatial collapse. The space that could be used for survival had shrunk even further. Therefore, the security ruler made up his mind and simply migrated the entire clan, turning out in full force. All of them came to the purple cloud heavens. They wanted to flatten the Nine Heavens Imperial Court with their superior military strength. This time, it was indeed all the forces of the extraterrestrial demon clan that had come. At the rear, they didn't even leave behind a single soldier or guard. They were determined to win this battle. In front of him, there was another small altar. On it, there was a strange-looking fellow. It was entrenched on top of it. Its lower body was like a snake, but there were 8 heads at the top, breathing in and out fog. This was the divine beast that the extraterrestrial demon clan had worshipped for millions of years. It was also the guardian of the extraterrestrial demon clan. One couldn't help but admit that a certain minister really had a gift for words, because this thing's name was 8 Strange Great Snake. Although it was strange and different, their names were really similar. At this moment, it was advancing forward complacently. In his heart, the security ruler was really full of confidence. In the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court, he was the only person he cared about and feared. Cloud Master was the only one. And now, Cloud Master was actually dead. He died from internal strife. This is really, Heaven is helping me. Master Yen's cultivation is about the same as mine. Moreover, he has an extremely miraculous, life-saving martial art. If we were to fight against him, the best outcome would be that both of us would be heavily injured and die together. Of course, I would have to die. However, Master Yin has a life-saving martial art. There's a very high chance that he'll be able to escape from death. Therefore, I never dared to come to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court easily. But it was different this time. Cloud Master was dead. Cloud Master was actually dead. Wahahaha! I heard that it was because of that miraculous technique that Cloud Master cultivated that consumed a lot of lives. It wasn't tolerated by those gentlemen in the Imperial Court and brought about a fatal disaster. Those idiots in the Imperial Court actually destroyed their own Great Wall. Didn't they know that all living beings were ants that should serve those in power? If not for Cloud Master guarding the Imperial Court for millions of years, I would have long been able to rule the Imperial Court and rule the world. Now that Cloud Master is dead, I no longer have any opponents. Even if the East Emperor Demon Empress appears, it won't be difficult to get rid of her. There will be no more obstructions in entering the Imperial Court. Looks like even Heaven is looking after us extraterrestrial demons. When he thought of this, Ambassador and Bay wanted to laugh out loud to vent the joy in his heart, because there was nothing more satisfying than this. As for the accident just now, when the thunder tribulation of heaven and earth broke out unexpectedly, 40 million demon soldiers were killed, and the 8 heavenly demon kings were also killed. Although Commander and Bay was shocked, he didn't take it too seriously. How could there be no sacrifices in war? How could one not pay a considerable price to occupy this beautiful world of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court? As for the explosion of the lightning tribulation, that was just an accident. Natural disaster. Losing 40 million in a natural disaster didn't matter. On the contrary, if the lightning tribulation didn't erupt, it would be a threat. Even if it did, at least it wouldn't happen again in a short period of time. As long as it wasn't an accident that could threaten him, there was no problem. What he needed to consider now was the other party's current combat power. He heard that there were many pinnacle experts gathered there. The East Emperor Demon Empress had already appeared for battle, and there were also the other 9 Thearchs and 1 Empress. Almost all of them were here. Yes. So what if all the pinnacle experts were here? So what if the East Emperor Demon Empress, the 9 Thearchs, and 1 Empress were all here? As long as the 8 wonders great gods appeared, they would be swallowed whole. He really didn't expect that the 8 wonders great gods would actually be willing to take action personally this time. Once the 8 wonders, great gods of the 8 wonders, great gods appeared. There was no enemy that couldn't be destroyed. This was really another unexpected surprise. The 9 thearchs and 1 empress, these veteran experts of the imperial court, were all idiots. When such a great war of the century was coming, they actually didn't gather the military forces of their territories, and only gathered a few pinnacle experts to come here with the intention of stopping the advance of my heavenly demon army. The only reason was to prevent the loss of the civilians in the imperial court. How stupid and idiotic they were. Chapter 27:21. Even if these people could hold back the army for a short while, they would also all die here because they were alone. The 9 heavens imperial court, which had lost these pinnacle battle powers, would quickly fall into the hands of the heavenly demon clan. It looked like the heavens were really protecting the extraterrestrial demon clan. Otherwise, how would the imperial court's side be forced to make such foolish moves? A certain emperor was marching forward, thinking about his hegemony for thousands of years. Suddenly, the 8 wonders' great god in front of him suddenly stood up, and his miniature body suddenly straightened. His small eyes shone with bewilderment, and he seemed to be at a loss for what to do. Great God, what's wrong with you? Although Commander in Bay was the heavenly emperor of the heavenly demon clan, he still had to grovel and curry favor with this beast in front of him, because the 8 great god hated people being rude to him the most. But why would the 8 great god make such a shocking move? That uncertain look in his eyes had already completely revealed his current state of mind. In Commander in Bay's mind, the 8 strange great god was the most powerful existence in this world. Any of his 8 special abilities had earth-shattering and earth-shattering powers. But what kind of change could actually make such a powerful existence like the 8 great god panic like this? A voice condensed from divine consciousness sounded with uncertainty. Could it be that the other side has another unparalleled expert in hiding? What kind of aura is this? Why is it so dangerous? Unparalleled expert? Commander in Bay was stunned. That's impossible. In the entire 9 heavens imperial court, the one with the highest cultivation is only that Master Yin. Other than that, there's no other expert who can face us. Our spies in the heavenly imperial court sent news just a few days ago. Guru Yin is dead now, and it's his death that caused the white fog to vanish. He sneered disdainfully in his heart. Beasts will always be beasts. No matter how much you feed them, they're still beasts. They actually got scared before the battle because they don't even know if there's a threat. No, that's impossible. My ability can't be wrong. Fear and wariness flashed in the eyes of the 8 strange great snake. This murderous aura, this divine consciousness, far surpasses mine. This is too powerful. This is too bad. Murderous aura far surpasses yours? Spiritual sense. Ambassador in Bay was stunned. How is that possible? It must be an illusion. It was impossible to tolerate such a person. This is absolutely impossible. You are already the ultimate existence in this world, and there is absolutely no power that can surpass you. Hearing these words, Octatic Orochi nodded. He said, "What you said makes sense. Indeed, existences stronger than me would not linger in this world." He sensed it carefully again and confirmed that the murderous aura had completely disappeared. He slowly relaxed and thought, could it be the might of the heavenly tribulation just now? That's right. It must be the might of the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, why would I feel so creeped out? Only this kind of power can exist. Only then would I be so shocked and unable to resist. As for humans, you can't threaten me at all. The celestial demon army was like a black cloud that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Mixed with boundless haze, they continued to march forward. On this side, Chu Yang had already turned around indifferently and said, "The main forces of the heavenly demons have all come out. Right now, they are thousands of miles away and will be here soon." Dong Wushang and Luo Kudi laughed and immediately stood up. The battle just now was inexplicable, and the victory was inexplicable. We didn't release our fighting spirit at all. Since the enemies are coming, we might as well go and kill them. Let's go now. The inexplicable increase in strength this time filled everyone with confidence. Moreover, all the 9 tribulations sword masters and all the brothers of the 9 tribulations had a considerable increase in strength this time. Now, even the weakest among them was not inferior to sage Yin Shangren. As for Chu Yang and the others, they had already surpassed the limits of this world. With such strength, it was naturally easy to deal with the heavenly demons. In the face of absolute strength, there was no suspense at all, even if there was a huge difference in numbers. Intercepting the celestial demon army head-on was an extremely crazy thing to do just now. But now it was not a big deal. At least, everyone had this kind of confidence. The reason was obvious. This is not good. Mo Tianji pondered and said, "We can't choose to intercept them head-on for now. We have to stop them from advancing first and wait for our reinforcements to arrive. Then we can talk about annihilating them." Why? Everyone was baffled. Victory was already in their hands. Why did they have to use such a roundabout method? Was there any more meaning to it? If we really wipe out the celestial demon army in one go, and wipe them out, then it might not be a good thing for the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Mo Tianji said, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court still needs to fight and enemies. What kind of logic is this? I don't understand. Many people shook their heads. This time, they really did not understand. Everyone's main purpose of gathering here was to wipe out the celestial demons and quell the demon threat. Now that they had the ability to do so, why did they say that completely wiping out the demon threat was not a good thing? If this was not a good thing, then what was? The strategists of the 9 tribulations lowered their heads and thought for a while. They actually agreed. Yes, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court does need such a war. Everyone was even more baffled by this argument, because we have already started the Holy War, and there are already reinforcements on the way. We need to let the descendants of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court really grow up in this war. We can't just rely on the few of us and the strength of some experts to resolve this war. Chu Yang said softly, "Doing this may be a little cruel, but we have no other choice. It's like a pair of parents to their children. Actually, the parents have the ability to solve all the problems that the children have to go through. But they can't. They can only let the children do it on their own. Because after everything is done for them, their lives will be over. Other than becoming a good-for-nothing, they will become a good-for-nothing. It's the same this time, too. Besides, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court needs heroes now, and we are no longer suitable for the identity of heroes." Chu Yang looked at Xue Leihan and said softly, "Brother Xue, I can feel that not long after this war, we will be leaving this place. And all of you are obviously tired of power. To you, power is just a burden." Xue Leihan's expression was heavy. He sighed. "That's right." Someone raised an objection. "But won't doing this cause too many casualties? Don't you think it's too cruel? You must know that a war like this will cost the lives of millions of soldiers. Since there's a way to reduce casualties, why give up what's near at hand and seek what's far away?" Everyone was silent on this point. Yes, the consequences of doing this would definitely be very cruel. However, this battle was imperative. Otherwise, after Chu Yang and the rest left, Xue Leihan and the rest would also retire. Although there would be a period of peace in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, it would definitely be accompanied by disasters afterward. Because at that time it would be equivalent to the Imperial Court being stripped of its bones. Without bones, even if it was a giant, there was only one path, which was to fall down forever. Without Chu Yang and the Demon Empress, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court needed new heroes to rise. This was the need of the era and also the guarantee of the Imperial Court. The times create heroes, and heroes also create the times. What we can do now is to reduce their casualties, but we can't completely prevent them from dying. Mo Tianji's expression was heavy. He pondered and said softly, "But this kind of sacrifice must be made by them. This victory must also be fought for by them." Everyone's expression was very heavy. Although many people already understood why, there were still many people who did not understand it. And this kind of confusion would only be understood many years later. It was this seemingly unrestrained war that left behind such precious spiritual wealth for the entire Nine Heavens imperial court. And those things couldn't be exchanged even with millions of sacrifices. Amidst the silence, Chu Yang said, "The higher-ups of the extraterrestrial demons will take them." The brothers looked at each other and smiled, full of confidence. Chu Yang thought of 3 words, whetstone. And what the blood of Yellow Flame said, without a whetstone, the world is full of mediocre people. Next, Mo Tianji went to set up the formation and completed the final key, and Chu Yang and the rest of the 9 Tribulations brothers, as well as the previous swordmasters, started to rise and rush to the front, starting to affect the advance of the extraterrestrial demons. The army of extraterrestrial demons was advancing when suddenly someone shouted in panic, "What's that?" All the extraterrestrial demons looked over and couldn't help but shudder. In front of them, there were a few unbelievably powerful tornadoes coming from the ground. They actually spanned across the entire land, whistling as they came and went. The vanguard of the extraterrestrial demons was attacked directly by the tornadoes and was actually swept up. In the air, no matter what kind of experts they were all torn into pieces without exception. And in the distant sky, the sound of thunder could be heard faintly. Purple lightning filled the vast sky. An extremely oppressive feeling of heaven and earth was clearly felt. "Stop advancing." This time, it was 8 Strange Serpent who gave the direct order. This creature was the most sensitive to this kind of heaven and earth crisis. There's an unpredictable change in heaven and earth ahead. If we force our way through, I'm afraid we'll all be wiped out. Don't act rashly. Ambassador Nbeichi thought deeply and immediately gave the order. The army of extraterrestrial demons immediately stopped advancing and waited for orders. Fortunately, that terrifying tornado had only swept away a few 100,000 people who were closest to the vanguard, and it did not continue to extend over. All the extraterrestrial devils could not help but heave a sigh of relief when they saw this situation. This wait lasted for 3 days and 2 nights. Happy Face. Chapter 27-22. The first wave of Heavenly Demon Camp's newest troops was another type of Heavenly Demon tribe, Earth Demons. Earth Demons were different from flying demons. They could fly in the sky and were used for ground combat. However, they were also different from ordinary Heavenly Demon Horde. Ordinary Heavenly Demon Horde was just a group of cannon fodder that won with numbers, but Earth Demons were the trump card for ground combat. The Earth Demons were huge in size and possessed immense strength. Any Earth Demon would at least have the strength of a Heaven Stage Master. But if they were to fight against a normal Heaven Stage Master from Tianke, the Earth Demons would definitely win. Aside from their great strength, the Earth Demons had another advantage, and that was their exceptionally tough bodies. Normal blades, swords, fists, and palms would find it difficult to injure them. To break through their defenses, one would have to be at least a minor level stronger than the Earth Demons. The Heavenly Demon Emperor had put in a lot of effort and capital in order to defeat the enemy. He wanted to finish the job in one battle, a dark mass of strange shapes and sizes. To be safe, apart from sending out the Earth Demon army, countless monsters also appeared in the Heavenly Demon Camp this time. Due to the participation of Yamada no Orochi in this battle, under his strong pressure, many monsters on the Heavenly Demons' side had no choice but to join the Heavenly Demons' battle formation, even though they were unwilling. This time, they cooperated with the Earth Demons' army, and their power was even stronger. Speaking of the monsters on the Heavenly Demon Camp's territory, they really lived up to the word strange. They were really strange in all shapes and sizes. However, this was because the Heavenly Demon Camp's territory had a harsh environment. It was hard to find good mountains and rivers. In such an environment, if they wanted to survive, they had to adapt to their environment. He had to adapt to the environment with his own body. It would be strange if he still looked good. However, it was natural selection that allowed the fittest to survive. Creatures that could survive in such a harsh environment on the heavenly demon camp's territory had an essential characteristic: they were strong. The combat force formed by countless heavenly demon camp's monsters was also a trump card of the heavenly demon camp. This combat force was definitely not to be underestimated, seeing that the heavenly demon camp was already moving. On the nine heavens imperial court side, a bugle horn sounded. With a long howl, the wind and clouds between heaven and earth suddenly surged. Under Wushang's blade, only death and no injuries. Dong Wushang personally led the middle extreme heavens army to meet the enemy. Emperor Wushang personally took action, personally leading an expedition. This was a huge boost to the morale of Middle Heaven's warriors. Everyone's blood was boiling and their morale was greatly boosted. Dong Wushang and Mo Lei were both celestial emperors. One day later, they were the best emperor and empress couple that shone before Zi Hao and his wife back then. The two of them were far ahead, taking the lead. Yaya was far ahead. Dong Wushang held the black saber in his hand, and a boundless domineering aura that filled the sky suddenly erupted and surged out. Everyone had a feeling that, with him in the front, they might not even notice the thousands of soldiers behind him. Just him alone was already a mountain that was destined to be insurmountable. It was blocked. It attracted everyone's attention. All attention. Behind him, Li Xiongtu's expression was complicated. Finally, he sighed sadly. He could sense that the current Dong Wushang had already far exceeded the level that he could understand. To Li Xiongtu, Dong Wushang had always been the goal that he was chasing, and also the motivation for his courageous improvement. Before this, although Dong Wushang was strong, far stronger than Li Xiongtu, and the two of them were almost incomparable, Li Xiongtu had already sensed one thing, and that was that Dong Wushang seemed to have reached a bottleneck. This bottleneck was not Dong Wushang's own bottleneck, but a restriction that belonged to the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Under this restriction, no one could take another step forward, such as Master Yin. He had been at the peak for a long, long time, but still could not break through this restriction and take another step forward. Therefore, Li Xiongtu had never despaired, and felt that the distance between him and Dong Wushang was really not very far. But as long as he worked hard enough, there would be a day when he could be on par with Dong Wushang and even defeat him. All along, catching up to Dong Wushang, defeating him had been Li Xiongtu's greatest wish. It was also his lifelong pursuit. But now, at this moment, at this place, he had this kind of feeling, no matter how hard he worked. Catching up to Dong Wushang had already become an extravagant hope. The distance between the two of them was already completely unreachable. Or perhaps it was the difference in the levels of the planes. The two of them were already fundamentally different. This unique feeling of quantitative change and qualitative change made him feel helpless and helpless. From this day onwards, it had actually truly extinguished Li Xiongtu's desire to catch up to Dong Wushang. Perhaps one day I can also climb to the peak and even catch up to him at the peak. But by the time I catch up to him, he will already be long gone from this world. He will have gone to a wider world, and I will ultimately be unable to catch up to him. The ultimate peak of the saber, Tao, belongs only to Dong Wushang. In this Nine Heavens Imperial Court, I will definitely not be able to catch up to him. Li Xiongtu strode forward, charging towards the extraterrestrial demons. For a moment his heart was in turmoil. Unexpectedly, another clear thought rose in his mind. So, there really is a higher level of existence above and below this starry sky. Right at this moment, a sharp voice rang out from the opposite side. I am the master of the earth demons. Tanaka Kogo, who are you? Tell me your name. Dong Wushang let out a long howl and shouted, I am your ancestor, Dong Wushang. Come, let me see your dog head. You, Tanaka Kogo. Tanaka Kogo was enraged. Bastard, I am Tanaka Kogo, not a dog. Motherfucker, You don't even know how to speak properly. Calling you a dog is mocking other people's dogs." Dong Wushang said disdainfully. Suddenly his saber slashed down. The sharp saber aura that had been hidden all this while suddenly surged out violently at this critical moment. This saber aura was as long as 1,000 feet, overflowing with a golden glow, incomparably dazzling. This sudden saber strike seemed as if it was going to split the blue sky into two as well. This Tanaka Kogo was shocked to see such a domineering saber strike. In his inexplicable shock, he finally reacted and shouted. The hook in his hand transformed into countless yellow lights as he desperately tried to block the attack, hoping to escape death. However, the reality was really cruel. But after a dang sound, the attack landed. However, with a clang, that hook broke into two the moment it came into contact with the saber aura. Then, the saber aura instantly broke the hook, and the remaining force did not diminish at all. It directly slashed down from the forehead, from the head to the neck, to the chest, to the abdomen, and finally to that thing. The entire body was directly split into two vertically, very, very symmetrically. The physical body was instantly annihilated, and a certain Kogo's soul left the body, wanting to escape. It tried to renew its life, but the golden saber aura on Dong Wushang's saber immediately shone brightly again. It actually absorbed that Kogo's soul completely, turning it into nothing and turning it into smoke. A dignified heavenly demon king, the lord of earth demons, under Dong Wushang's saber. He actually did not even finish a single move before his body and soul was destroyed. He was doomed eternally. Dong Wushang waved his saber and shouted, "Lord of earth demons? That's all there is to it. Indeed, trash that is not even comparable to a dog. Kill." After saying that, he took the lead and charged into the enemy's formation, starting a massacre and slaughtering the demons. Behind him, millions of Middle Pole Heaven soldiers and horses. They saw Heavenly Emperor destroying the demon's body with a single move, and the remaining force destroying his soul. They even charged into the crowd of earth demons, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Their aura was even more invigorated, and they charged into the crowd of earth demons with a ferocious attitude as if they were about to go crazy. The Lord of Earth Demons was instantly annihilated, and he was already dead. The Earth Demons simply did not dare to believe this shocking fact before their eyes. They were at a loss and were at a loss, like a group of dragons without a leader. It was a complete mess, and they suddenly encountered such a crazy attack from such a powerful army. Even though their own strength was tyrannical, they no longer had the heart to fight. They only had the thought of escaping with their lives intact. They scattered and fled in all directions, and their formation collapsed. It was really a complete defeat, and there was no turning back. To be fair, the army of Middle Pole Heavens that went to war this time was the most elite army of Middle Pole Heavens, but their actual strength might not be above the army of Earth Demons. If the two sides were to fight normally, Middle Pole Heavens would definitely be at a disadvantage. But this situation was special. The Lord of Earth Demons was defeated and killed by Heavenly Emperor Wushang of Middle Pole, Heavenly Emperor in one move. This result was too unexpected and incomparably shocking. Because their leader died so abruptly, how could the Earth Demons under his command not be terrified? Even their great master was not a match for one move of the other party, and with their little bit of weight, the other party could probably kill them with just a breath. With this thought in mind, how could they not escape? Dong Wushang and Mo Lei together wantonly rampaged through the enemy's formation. All the enemy experts that were exposed to their eyes were all destroyed, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. First, it was the generals of the Earth Demon Horde. The martial-level commanders were all killed neatly one by one, as if their names were being called out. Next, they targeted the leaders of each army of 10,000 people. Occasionally, they would also kill them along the way. Then, those were the ordinary experts hidden among the troops. Given Dong Wushang's current cultivation, strength, and divine senses, No matter how these extraterrestrial demons tried to hide, it was meaningless. With just a glance, he could see everything clearly. He did not even need to blow. With just a glance, he could kill a heavenly demon general. This kind of battle was really easy to the extreme, and he was always at a disadvantage. Of course, in the hearts of the ordinary soldiers of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, other than feeling that great Emperor Wushang was invincible and mighty, they did not have much of a relaxed feeling. Even though the Earth Demon Horde's fighting spirit was already high, this was still a battle to the death. There were casualties on both sides. With just a single clash, there were already countless severed limbs scattered on the ground. The Middle Heaven soldiers could still personally feel how difficult it was to deal with the Earth Demon Horde's heavenly demons, as well as the strength of their physical bodies, as well as the sharpness and tenacity of their dying counterattacks. Even though the Earth Demon Horde's fighting spirit had collapsed and their fighting spirit was even more lacking, their instincts to save themselves at the critical moment of life and death still allowed the Earth Demon Horde to counterattack considerably, especially when the Middle Heaven soldiers' killing moves were about to reach them. The Earth Demon Horde's most fatal counterattack would follow. Almost every time an Earth Demon Horde member was killed, a Middle Heaven soldier would be injured, crippled, or killed. But even so, the moment they defeated the enemy, the self-confidence and satisfaction in their hearts increased even more. Apart from Dong Wushang and the rest, no one else knew that if Dong Wushang and the rest hadn't killed all the heavenly demon generals in the Earth Demon Membrane Army, what kind of shocking number of casualties would have risen to now? The truth of the battle now was almost equivalent to Dong Wushang shouldering more than 90% of the pressure on himself. Such a battle had never happened since ancient times. It had never happened before. This was also the countermeasure that Chu Yang and the rest had discussed. After this battle, all the people who participated in the battle returned alive. They would all become the heroes of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. And such a heroic concept and appeal would be preserved in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court for a long time. At the very least, it could be maintained for a considerable period of time. And these people would become the spiritual pillars of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. This would be the last bit of strength that Chu Yang and the rest could do for this world. Although doing so would definitely be accompanied by sacrifices, a lot of sacrifices. But compared to the original sacrifice of the entire battle, it had already been reduced by 1,000,000 times. The situation of the battle was obvious. It had only been a meal's time, but the Earth Demon Army was already on the verge of collapsing, and there were even demons that had begun to flee. Ambassador and Bei Qi couldn't help but frown. He naturally wasn't willing to let the situation continue to deteriorate. Immediately, a decree was passed down, and the Fire Demon Army in another direction moved with a rumble, rapidly and frantically pressing towards this side of the battlefield. The Fire Demon Army was another valiant race among the heavenly demon races, and their current movements were very obvious. They were rushing to the aid of the Earth Demon Horde, intending to salvage the situation of the Earth Demon Horde's total defeat and set things right, and even counterattack the middle extreme heavenly army, turning defeat into victory. But how could their movements escape Mo Tianji's calculations? But at this moment, Mo Tianji's central army waved its flag and Gu Duxing roared. The Western Skies army rushed out like a tide, intercepting the Fire Demon Army. Gu Duxing was alone with his sword, man, and sword as one. The Black Dragon's sword was like a flying black dragon, flashing the most resplendent sword light in the air. And this incomparably resplendent sword light illuminated the Fire Demon Army. This battle continued for no less than a day and night, an entire day and night. On the Nine Heavens Imperial Court side, the various forces of the heavenly demons took turns going into battle. On the opposite side, the 8 great tribes of the heavenly demons and the magical beast army also took turns, killing until the heavens were worried and the earth was miserable, and blood flowed like a river. Until the early morning of the second day, both sides withdrew their troops. It's just that their auras were very different. On the Nine Heavens Imperial Court side, it could be said that they returned triumphantly and complacently, while the Heavenly Demon's side was deathly silent. Even the Heavenly Demon, Heavenly Emperor, and Bay was shocked to the point of speechlessness. Looks like the other side was actually prepared for battle. Moreover, their strength still far surpasses ours. Eight Strange Great Serpent had somewhat waning interest in this current situation. He said, "Be prepared, otherwise we can only withdraw for the time being. Although the environment over there is vile, it's stable. I believe the space can still be maintained for a period of time. Purple cloud heavens is still in our hands, and being content in a corner is still possible. If we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid your heavenly demon race will be completely obliterated from this world." Heavenly Emperor and Bay silently nodded. The discomfort in his heart at this moment was really incomparable. Of course, the current situation was as such, but being exposed in front of others was another matter altogether. It was really too tragic, too depressing, too disgusting. Originally, when he first came here, he was full of excitement and confidence, thinking that everything was in his hands and victory was within his grasp. Who would have thought that when he arrived here, he would come face to face with a terrifying reality that he didn't even dare to dream of? Cloud Shangren was indeed dead. However, the current strength of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's peak experts had actually already surpassed Cloud Shangren. In fact, it was more than just a level higher. Wasn't this just toying with them? Especially when this battle was against their entire race. The Heavenly Imperial Court had turned out in full force. In the face of such combat strength and such a result, it was truly even more difficult for him to accept. However, he had to accept it, even if he didn't want to. The cruel reality was right in front of him. Stubbornly holding on and not retreating, then there would really only be total annihilation. Although the other side's experts hadn't really engaged in a head-on battle for the time being, Heavenly Emperor and Bay could already tell that any one of the few young experts that the other side sent out was stronger than him, the kind that was much stronger. Even if the Eight Wonders personally took action, they would at most be able to fight against one of them. If he wanted to fight against two of them alone, that was practically courting death. Even his chances of escaping were very slim. In the face of such a powerful enemy, Heavenly Emperor and Bay was full of dejection. He no longer had any fighting spirit or will to fight. He originally thought that victory was certain this time. All he had to do was to take down the enemy, take over the entire Heavenly Imperial Court, and rule the world. However, he never thought that he actually still underestimated his opponent. That's true. The entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court's population is no less than 100 billion. How can the mere few billion of our Heavenly Demon clan compare to it? Forget it, forget it. It's better to be content with a corner than to have our entire race wiped out. Heavenly Emperor and Bay's face was full of dejection. He was just about to give the order to retreat. However, suddenly, right at this moment, the sky suddenly shook violently, as if something huge had happened at this moment. The entire sky actually started to shake violently at this moment. Furthermore, a ball of purple suddenly appeared and shot up into the sky, filling the entire firmament, as if it had encountered some huge impact. Even Chu Yang and the others were baffled by this sudden turn of events. This was because the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court, regardless of the region, the mountains, plains, lakes, or valleys, all of them experienced an earthquake at this moment. Especially at Purple Cloud Heaven's side, the tremors were the most severe. Almost all the mountain ranges within a radius of tens of thousands of miles had ruptured to varying degrees. This earth-shattering and violent disaster of heaven and earth caused everyone to be inexplicably shocked. They completely couldn't understand what exactly was going on. How could there be such a huge commotion? In the camp of the Heavenly Demons, Heavenly Emperor and Bay and the Eight Wonders' great serpent shuddered at the same time and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The demon and the serpent looked at each other and saw the endless panic in each other's eyes. as well as a kind of indescribable despair. This was because there was only one situation that could cause both of them to spit out blood at the same time even though they weren't injured. That was, something had happened to the origin of their godly consciousness that they had left on the planet where the heavenly demons lived. However, there was also only one situation that could cause their godly consciousness to completely collapse like this. That was, the planet had exploded. The space had collapsed. In other words, the base camp of the extraterrestrial demons had completely ceased to exist now. This was originally within their expectations, but it just so happened that they had no way forward and had just decided to retreat. This unforeseen event undoubtedly made things worse. It was like adding hail to the snow. It also caused the demon and the serpent to feel endless despair at the same time. They couldn't charge forward at all. According to the current situation of the battle, charging forward was simply equivalent to courting death. Since they couldn't advance, they had to retreat. However, there was already no way out now, because their path of retreat was cut off. 3 years of arrogance, a million brothers battling the winds and clouds, soaring into the sky, a sword leaving dust behind, a sword spirit passed down through the ages in the martial world. Chapter 27-23. He believed that the small number of sky devils who had stayed on the heavenly devil planet would have no chance of surviving, even 1 in a billion, as the planet completely exploded and collapsed. There was no way to advance or retreat. The affairs of the world were indeed fickle. From the time when they were in high spirits and complacent, everything was under their control, to the present situation where they had no way to advance or retreat and could face annihilation at any time. The situation of the entire clan being annihilated had changed in just a few days. What should we do? What should we do now? Ambassador and Bay was at a loss for a moment. He lost his composure and muttered, "Eighth Great King, you must save our heavenly demon clan." The 8 hens of the 8 strange serpents swayed furiously at the same time. "I also want to save your heavenly demon clan, but at this moment, who is going to save me?" The collapse of the rear meant that their home was finished and their retreat was blocked. The higher-ups of the heavenly demon clan also sensed this. Their faces were pale and filled with despair. The news spread across the entire celestial devil camp in a very short time. Without a doubt, the celestial devil army's morale plummeted to rock bottom in just as short a time after the shock. Mo Tianji, who had been paying attention to the movements of the heavenly demon army, discovered the sudden collapse of the heavenly demon army without any difficulty. Although he didn't know the reason yet, he obviously realized that there was no time to lose. He waved his hand and said, "All troops attack!" In the battle that lasted for an entire day and night, almost all the reinforcements from the 9 Heavens Imperial Court had arrived. In other words, not only was the Imperial Court's combat power far superior to the heavenly demons in terms of high-end combat power, but the number of ordinary combat power was also not inferior to the enemy. At this moment, the heavenly demon army unexpectedly collapsed. It could be said that this was the best time to launch an all-out attack. At Mo Tianji's command, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's experts rushed forward like an avalanche. Mo Tianji, Chuyang, Mo Qingguo, and the others rushed at the front. They left their own army far behind. Chuyang and the others' original intention was to train and create new heroes, but if they could reduce unnecessary casualties, they still had to try their best. For example, facing the ordinary heavenly demons could naturally be left to the Imperial Court. As for the high-end combat power of the heavenly demons, they still had to be dealt with by themselves. 10 figures charged into the heavenly demon army like shooting stars. The resistance they encountered along the way was actually minuscule. Compared to the previous battle, it seemed to be 10,000 times easier. It seemed that all the high-level extraterrestrial demons had lost their will to fight at this moment. It was more or less equivalent to waiting to be killed. Chuyang charged all the way. Wherever the 9 tribulations' sword's edge passed, all the heavenly demons disintegrated and were instantly annihilated. At this moment, a long-lost feeling suddenly came. That is, in addition to his own feelings, Chuyang also felt that the Nine Tribulation Sword was also transmitting a feeling of happiness. Who else was there in this world? What else was there? Can it affect me and the Nine Tribulations Sword at the same time? The next moment, Chuyang felt that there seemed to be one more person beside him. Turning his head, he saw an unfamiliar yet familiar middle-aged man in green looking at him with a smile. I originally wanted to lend you a hand, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't be needed. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have made this trip. Hearing this, Chuyang was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. Sword Spirit! The azure-robed middle-aged man looked unfamiliar, yet felt familiar. His body had completely solidified. It was the incarnation of the Sword Spirit that he hadn't seen in a long time. In this last battle in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the long-lost Sword Spirit finally returned. Once again, he fought side by side with Chuyang. I haven't had the time to congratulate you. Lord Swordmaster has improved so quickly. You have greatly exceeded my expectations. The Sword Spirit smiled. You still have the cheek to say that. You disappeared the moment you left. How long have you been gone? Why haven't I heard from you at all? Have you been there all this time? Have you found the path that belongs to you? Chuyang was overjoyed. As he fought, he asked the Sword Spirit a number of questions in a row. I have found the path that belongs to me. This is all thanks to Lord Swordmaster's reminder that made me realize it. The Sword Spirit smiled and said, As for where I have been all this time, actually you know it. You have been there before. Chuyang was instantly confused. A place that I know? A place that I have been to? Where is it? That's impossible. The Sword Spirit laughed. Don't say that it's impossible. Not only have you been there, we have even met. Chuyang was even more confused. That's really impossible. If we had really met, how could I not have recognized you? The Sword Spirit laughed merrily. Is it really impossible? At that time, I was on a pillar, but you really didn't recognize me. Chuyang's expression changed when he heard that. Then, realization dawned on him. So it was at that strange place. You, the Sword Spirit, suddenly said very seriously, yes. At that time, when you went, I was practicing the secret technique with the elders of my clan. At that time, I even especially blinked at you. I thought that with our tacit understanding, you would definitely be able to discover my presence. But Chuyang looked embarrassed. Sorry, I really didn't notice. But there were so many dragons and phoenixes blinking at that time. It was really hard to recognize. I really didn't recognize you. The Sword Spirit laughed and said, I'm just joking with you. If you could really recognize me at that time, that would be strange. Okay, let's kill the enemy first. After we are done with the things here, we can talk in detail. We don't have much time then. Chuyang nodded. Well said. After this battle, what's the harm in talking for 3 days and 3 nights? The Sword Spirit burst out laughing and waved his robes. In the next moment, the Nirvana flame appeared all over the sky. The Nirvana flame could incinerate everything in the world. The Nirvana flame that was released by the Sword Spirit was even more ferocious. In the blink of an eye, a huge path was burned out. Chuyang let out a long roar. His body and sword became one as he rushed forward like a rolling hurricane. Under Chuyang's extreme speed, he flashed past where the core tent of the heavenly demons was at. Swoosh! The 9 tribulations soared directly open the tent of the heavenly demons like a whirlwind. Commander and Bay roared angrily. He jumped up from the throne. Even though the situation was dire, even though the situation was so bad, he was still an emperor. At the end of the day, he was not going to resign himself to death and not put up any resistance. Chuyang finally saw the enemy's hand. He frowned and stretched out his hand. As he raised his hand, all the air around him seemed to have condensed into a substance. Commander and Bay had just jumped up. His whole body was already frozen in the air, unable to move at all. The gap between them was so huge that there was no comparison at all. Chu Yang's next action made Commander and Bei even more surprised. He saw a certain minister slap down fiercely. As if he was slapping a mosquito, the heavenly demon emperor was slapped to the ground. Then, a foot stepped on the emperor's head. He seemed to ask casually, "You are the heavenly demon emperor?" Commander and Bei's head was stepped on by Chu Yang's foot. The surrounding space was also tightly sealed. There was no room for struggle. It seemed that he could not even speak. But his eyes shone with extreme humiliation and anger. Chu Yang frowned and looked at the aura around him. He said, "Other than the heavenly demon emperor, there is no other heavenly demon who can have such providence. It seems that it is undoubtedly this guy. How convenient. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly." He stretched out his hand. With a few cracking sounds, he had already crushed all the bones in Commander and Bei's body. Then he pointed a finger at the Emperor's dantian. And Beiqi's body, which was convulsing due to the shattering of all the bones in his body, once again emitted a pew sound, as if a pig's urine bubble had burst. His astonishing cultivation base instantly vanished into nothingness. Chu Yang slowly lifted his foot. This heavenly demon emperor was paralyzed on the ground like an earthworm at this moment. He was panting and screaming loudly, but he still couldn't move at all. A red figure flashed, and Zi Xieching also entered. Seeing that the emperor had been captured, she raised the purple cloud's emperor's seal and cried with tears in her eyes, "Father! Mother! Your daughter has avenged all of you today." The purple cloud's emperor's seal came crashing down. His cultivation was destroyed. His body was like a pile of mud. Commander and Bei did not even have the chance to scream before his entire body was smashed into a real pile of mud and meat paste. His remaining spirit was also absorbed by the purple cloud's emperor's seal and instantly turned into pure spiritual energy of the universe. At this point, the highest emperor of the extraterrestrial demons, the emperor of a generation, had completely disappeared from the world. The reason why Chu Yang only shattered his bones and destroyed his cultivation was because he wanted to hand over the job of dealing with this heavenly emperor to Zi Xieching. Otherwise, with Chu Yang's current strength, he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble. That slap was enough to annihilate the heavenly emperor instantly. At the moment when the emperor was killed, Chu Yang and Zi Xieching actually clearly felt a sense of relief from the purple cloud's emperor's seal. It was as if the purple cloud's spirit in the distance had also felt the death of its life's greatest enemy. It let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. Zi Xieching could no longer suppress the sadness in her heart. She burst into tears. Chu Yang gently held her in his arms and slowly patted her back. But he also sighed deeply. For this day, how much did the 9 Heavens Imperial Court sacrifice? How much did the fallen purple clouds heavens suffer? Today's battle seemed extremely easy, but how could the suffering of the past 1,000,000 years be easily erased from the history of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court? It would definitely remain forever. Zi Xieching lay in Chu Yang's arms. Her heart was filled with inexplicable grief and indignation. She burst into tears to vent the depression in her heart. However, Chu Yang's eyes were still staring closely at the altar in the tent. There was a very strange-looking snake there. That snake had a total of 8 heads, and its long body was currently trembling. Its entire body was not even the size of a palm. It was extremely miniature, but it was definitely not cute or adorable. There were very few creatures that were so small that they were not adorable. But this little snake was not adorable at all. Seeing Chu Yang's sharp gaze, this snake's 16 eyes shone with flattery. Its body trembled, as if it was begging for mercy and trying to curry favor. "Her, I know you can speak." Chu Yang sneered. "If you answer my questions honestly from now on, perhaps you won't have to die." The moment 8 Strange Serpent heard the words, "won't have to die," it nodded and bowed. It appeared to be extremely obedient. "You are the guardian of this extraterrestrial demon clan." Chu Yang asked sternly. "You flatter me, you flatter me. How would I dare to call myself a god in front of you?" Eight Strange Serpent was shocked and hurriedly flattered. Its small body nodded and bowed hurriedly. "I knew you wouldn't dare. You're quite obedient." Chu Yang wanted to ask more, but suddenly felt dispirited. He said casually, "It's just that there's no use keeping you. Since your extraterrestrial demon clan has already been destroyed as their guardian, how is this little snake a guardian? I'm only willing to serve you for the rest of my life." Eight Strange Serpent was shocked. Its head touched the ground and kowtowed like it was pounding garlic. Its 8 heads kowtowed together. It was truly a spectacular sight. "I hope you can spare this little snake's dog life. I'm willing to be your dog from now on," Chu Yang said indifferently. "If I really had a dog like you, wouldn't I, Chu Yang, be utterly disgraced from now on?" His voice was filled with murderous intent that was not concealed at all. In front of Chu Yang, Eight Strange Serpent's murderous intent rose, and it shrieked in despair. Suddenly it soared. Turning into a bolt of lightning, it charged outwards. Its speed was truly appalling. However, Chu Yang reached out his palm. Even though it was clearly not a very fast action, he had already caught it in his hand. Eight Strange Serpent struggled desperately and reverted to its original form in the air. It was 100,000 feet tall. Boundless violence erupted from the colossal serpent instantly. It wanted to fight for its life. However, Chu Yang's palm tightened. The colossal original form that had just formed in the air exploded with a poof, like a balloon bursting, instantly vanishing without a trace. Chu Yang was still holding that little snake in his palm. The little snake could revert to its original form with a single thought and fight for its life. Similarly, Chu Yang could fix it into its little snake form with a single thought and wait for death. Without waiting for this disgusting fellow to beg for mercy again, a ball of black flame suddenly appeared in Chu Yang's palm. He said indifferently, "Even if it's just a corpse, it's still disgusting." With a tongue sound, the black flames immediately rose up. Eight Strange Serpent no longer struggled and was burned to ashes just like that. This guardian deity of the extraterrestrial demons was gone from this world. In Chu Yang's hands, it did not even have any leeway to attack. Many of its wondrous techniques, the legendary 8 great mystical abilities and hideous faces, did not even have time to reveal themselves before they were already annihilated. Chu Yang would not allow such a disgusting fellow to have a chance to fight with him or anything at this moment. He did not even have the thought of using it to establish his dominance. He finished it off cleanly. "Ching, the leader of the extraterrestrial demons, is dead. Let's go kill the extraterrestrial demons and end this battle as soon as possible." Chu Yang said softly, "Today, let us exterminate all of the extraterrestrial demons and leave them with no chance of survival." Zi Xieching sobbed and raised her head from his arms, nodding her head with tears in her eyes. The two of them walked out side by side. The battle outside was still in full swing. However, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's troops, under the joint command of close to 100 peerless experts and experts, had long gained an overwhelming advantage. This was no longer a battle. It was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. The number of extraterrestrial demons was decreasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye with every minute and every second. The 9 Heavens Imperial Court's troops, who were still rushing over from all directions, slowly formed an encirclement. No one from the Imperial Court would have the slightest bit of pity for the extraterrestrial demons. Only death, only destruction. This extremely evil race had troubled the 9 Heavens Imperial Court for more than 1,000,000 years. Today it was finally time for them to pay with their blood. The encirclement had already formed an iron bucket-like encirclement without any loopholes. The number of survivors of the extraterrestrial demons was actually less than 2 million now. The experts among them had long been slaughtered by everyone. At this moment, Mo Tianji gave an order. All the troops stopped at the same time and even retreated 30 miles back. No one understood the reason behind this. However, with Mo Tianji's next order, everyone understood and no longer had any doubts. Today, we shall conquer the purple cloud heavens. We shall use the souls of billions of extraterrestrial demons to worship the departed spirits of the purple cloud heavens. We shall worship the heavenly emperor of the purple cloud heavens, the empress of the purple cloud heavens, and all the heroes of the purple cloud heavens. Mo Tianji's expression was solemn. Today, the purple cloud heavens shall regain its glory. Today, the extraterrestrial demons shall be exterminated. Please, heroes, rest in peace. Please, heroic spirits, smile. Please, heroic spirits, have no regrets. 3 days later, at the celebratory banquet, I shall announce this to the world. I hope the heroes of the purple cloud heavens will not forget to drink a celebratory wine. Mo Tianji faced the heavens and the earth and announced loudly. After this announcement, the heavens and the earth trembled and a fierce wind suddenly blew. It was as if billions of heroic spirits responded with smiles at the same time. For the last battle, I invite the princess of the purple cloud heavens, Xiexing, to lead the survivors of the purple cloud heavens to exterminate the last bloodline of the extraterrestrial demons, to comfort the souls of the heroes in heaven, to announce the return of the purple cloud heavens. Mo Tianji said loudly. Countless survivors of the purple cloud heavens had tears in their eyes. They glared with hatred at the remaining extraterrestrial demons, who were huddled together and trembling, and walked forward resolutely step by step. A total of 50 to 60 peak-level experts released their auras at the same time, suppressing the surviving extraterrestrial demons to the point that they could not move at all. Even their breathing was uneven. No matter their cultivation, they could only be slaughtered. As blood splattered across the sky, countless survivors of the purple cloud heavens had tears in their eyes. They even wailed and waved their swords. Ancestors, do you see this? Today, this unfilial descendant has finally avenged you. Purple cloud heavens, we have finally taken it back. We have finally regained our glory. The rest of the people from the imperial court watched this quietly. They could not help but feel inexplicably touched. What did the purple cloud heavens go through in these millions of years? Everyone knew, but no one knew. Today's glory should belong to them, and only them. 3 days later, Purple Cloud City, Chu Yang and Xiexing both knelt in front of the tomb of the purple cloud, heavenly emperor, and empress. Please don't worry, I will treat Qing, or well, I will treat her like a treasure and will never let her suffer any grievances. Please don't worry and marry her to me. Chu Yang prayed softly. Father, mother, I have married Chu Yang. From now on, I am a member of the Chu clan, no longer a daughter of the Z clan. I can't protect the purple cloud heavens for you. I have to accompany my husband to explore the starry sky. Please understand my choice and bless me. After fighting in the martial world for 3 years, his dream came true. Chapter 27-24. Since I have chosen him in this life, I will accompany him to the ends of the world. In this life, only one person. Even if I have to go through all kinds of hardships, even if I will be heartlessly abandoned in the future, I will never regret it. Father, mother, I will kowtow to you. Xiexing looked at the tombstone longingly and kowtowed hard. Silly words. Chu Yang held Xiexing's waist gently. I can't wait to dote on you. Why would I let you go through all kinds of hardships, much less abandon you? If you say this, what if the elders in heaven are sad? I am so wronged. Xiexing rolled her eyes at him, but leaned her soft body gently on him, looking at the tombstone in front of her with misty eyes. Amidst the silence, the windless and cloudless sky started to drizzle without any warning. The drizzles fell on the bodies, faces and skin of Chuyang and Zixieqing. It was already late autumn. However, the drizzle was not cold at all. Instead, it was like the spring rain, silently moisturizing and full of joy. One could only feel the warmth and comfort of spring on their faces and bodies. It was as if that distant spirit was using his true feelings to bless and comfort his daughter and son-in-law. "Thank you, father, mother." Zixieqing's whole body trembled. She kowtowed heavily and sobbed. "Thank you, father-in-law, mother-in-law." Chuyang bowed solemnly. "Please rest assured." Not far away, a group of brothers was quietly watching all the movements here. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. Only gratitude. Chuyang supported Zixieqing. The two of them retreated to one side. Shuel Leihan's white clothes fluttered. He walked forward and looked at Zi Hao's tombstone. He stared at it for a long time. For a long time, he actually couldn't say a word. After a long time, as if struggling, he said, "Brother!" He only said these two words, and his eyes were already brimming with tears. He choked and couldn't speak. His whole body trembled, and he closed his eyes tightly. He looked up at the sky, and his lips were tightly shut. Two clear lines of tears flowed slowly from the corners of his eyes. He gritted his teeth. His cheeks were obviously puffed up. He tried hard to control himself and not cry out loud. He knew that, at this moment, one mouth was to cry loudly. It was hard to control himself. "But, brother, I'm sure you don't want to see me cry." But I really couldn't help it after a long while. Shuel Leihan suddenly raised his head and let out a long howl. He bellowed loudly, "My brothers!" In the end, he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. The sky was silent and the wind was rustling. At the same time, everyone felt a wave of grief. The two brothers whose names shook the world were finally standing together on this day. However, one had already fallen into eternal slumber, while the other was both physically and mentally exhausted. His lofty aspirations were worn down, and he was no longer as lofty as before. Shuel Leihan sat in front of the purple cloud tomb in a daze. For half a month, he did not speak or move at all, just like a wooden sculpture. Someone at the side suggested that they drink a cup of wine with their former brothers and reminisce about their past. Shuel Leihan ignored him. He just sat there quietly, accompanying his brothers and sisters-in-law. "We are brothers, so why do we need wine? The hearts of each other, what is there to talk about? I just need to be with him here." "Brother, have you been lonely all these years?" Yao Xen stood quietly in the distance, accompanying Shuel Leihan for half a month. She didn't go forward, didn't speak, and didn't urge him either. She just accompanied him, quietly. Mo Qingqing stood even further away, looking at the figures of the Demon Empress and Dong Huang. She stood there for a long time. After half a month, she finally let out a long sigh and turned to leave in loneliness. "So, from the beginning to the end, I never had any hope. In that case, I wish you both happiness. Zi Hao, I miss you very much too. But it's destined that it won't be my turn today. I'll come and see you again after Shuel Leihan and the others leave. Shuel Leihan, I envy you very much too. But I won't fight with you anymore." The Nine Heavens imperial court situation was set. The extraterrestrial demons had truly been exterminated. This included those extraterrestrial demons who had already infiltrated the imperial court. Under the coverage of the unimaginably huge divine senses of Mo, Tianji, Ao, Xun, Xiedanqiong, and the others, as well as the unpredictable power of Mo Tianji's hand of heavenly secrets, none of the remaining extraterrestrial demons could escape. In just a few days' time, the remaining extraterrestrial demons were all exterminated. Until now, there was no extraterrestrial demon in the imperial court anymore. The entire Nine Heavens imperial court was draped in red, cheering and celebrating. It was not only to celebrate the destruction of the extraterrestrial demons, but also to congratulate Minister Qiong Shao on her messed-up wedding. Now that the extraterrestrial demons were exterminated, the troops of the various heavens and earth also began to return. The 9 tribulations brothers and their big brothers were also nowhere to be found. They didn't even participate in the celebration banquet before they disappeared without a trace. After so many years of suffering, they definitely had to tell Big Brother about it. We don't need any celebration banquet. As long as we brothers can still be together, then every day is a celebration banquet for us. I'm leaving. Half a month later, the sword spirit said goodbye to Chu Yang. You're leaving too? You just came back and you're leaving already? Chu Yang was a little reluctant. I still want. We can still continue to be together and roam the world together. Our original intentions. I believe that there will definitely be a chance to work together again. The sword spirit looked at Chu Yang emotionally. In my life, Chu Yang is the only real brother. I also want to be together with my brother and never be separated. Our original intentions will not change. However, being together is disadvantageous to each other's great Tao. At that time, we will definitely have a chance to meet again. Isn't parting so that we can meet again next time? And we can still meet again at any time, as long as you want or I want. The sword spirit smiled. That's good too. Chu Yang was also someone who could let go. He smiled freely. Since that's the case, when you come again, let's get drunk. The sword spirit smiled. Okay, it's settled then. However, this time, I'm not the only one who's leaving. There's another one that I'm taking away too. His gaze fell on the black fog beside Chu Yang. Divine spirit of the tribulation. Come with me. There, you can also truly find your own path. The divine spirit of the tribulation was overjoyed. Really? He looked at Chu Yang and couldn't help but hesitate. I'm also a little reluctant, Chu Yang smiled and said. What's there to be reluctant about? Didn't the two of us say just now? As long as we meet again, we can meet again. I hope that when we meet again, you'll have already found your own path. Oh, right, after you reconstruct your body. You must come and let me see. Until now, I still don't know what you look like exactly. Amidst the laughter, the sword spirit and the divine spirit of the tribulation stepped out. Before leaving, the sword spirit suddenly turned back and looked at Chu Yang. By the way, I know that in your heart. There's always been something that you can't let go of. Or rather, you can't understand it, or even it's a sore point. Chu Yang nodded. I also understand. The sword spirit said, That person asked me to pass on a message to you. Chu Yang asked, What message? The sword spirit said, That person asked me to tell you. That's your son. It's just that your son is really very impressive. After saying that, the sword spirit laughed loudly. Without waiting for Chu Yang's reply, he had already left with the divine spirit of the tribulation. In midair, a golden phoenix spread its wings. The ninefold phoenix cry was incomparably clear and melodious. In an instant, there was a flash of brilliance all over the sky. A certain sword had already disappeared. Chu Yang was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So that person also has times when he miscalculates. He thought that what I cared about was this matter. To be honest, I've never taken this matter seriously. That's my son. What's there to be suspicious about? Sigh, what I've always been thinking about is actually something else. It was a pity that the sword spirit had already left. Chu Yang could only let out a long sigh. He wanted to ask, but there was nothing he could do. One really shouldn't be too pretentious. He had originally wanted to connect their thoughts and appreciate each other so that they could solve the problem directly. He didn't expect that in the end, he would be lost and confused. What should be solved was not solved, and what should have been solved long ago was solved in hindsight. What the hell was this called? It was really as depressing as being trampled by countless grass mud horses. There were hundreds of things to be done in the entire purple cloud heavens. It was in the midst of reconstruction. Almost the entire fairy race was here to help with the reconstruction. Even a rare item like the Spring of Life was used as if it didn't cost them anything. For more than 1,000,000 years, purple cloud heavens could be said to have been devastated. The geology was even more severely damaged. Without a divine item like the Spring of Life, it was really difficult to recover. But with the great help of the fairy race and the abundant Spring of Life, the entire purple cloud heavens slowly became green and full of vitality. However, during this period of time, Chu Yang and the others had nothing to do. Apart from drinking every day, they played around and played to their heart's content. Playing was playing, but how could one really enjoy themselves to the fullest without a beautiful woman by their side? Zi Xieching and Mo Qingguo were different from a certain minister. They were so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground. They couldn't be seen every day. This situation made Minister Chu's heart filled with displeasure. What was this? Ever since I got married, I've almost never been with my wife. Before we got married, we could still occasionally hold hands and hug each other's waists. But now we can't even see each other. Finally, this day, the fairy race told Zi Xieching that the Spring of Life they brought had been used up. If they wanted to continue the reconstruction project, they had to send someone back to the fairy forest. How far would it be to make a trip back to the fairy forest? How long would it take? How could Zi Xieching, who was racing against time to rebuild purple cloud heavens, wait? In a hurry, Zi Xieching and Mo Qingguo rushed to find Chu Yang. Tell me, why is the Spring of Life gone? What's going on? Is it because of you, Fairy Emperor? Zi Xieching frowned and complained coquettishly. Her voice and expression were stern, as if she was denouncing him. Humph, I can't see my wife after I got married. I haven't even asked what's going on, and you're already denouncing me and being so aggressive. How can I reason with you? Minister Chu snorted and said, Come, my wife. Accompany your husband first. Let's talk about other things after we settle the most important things. Zi Xieching couldn't help but feel angry when she saw that someone was so mischievous. What kind of person was Big Sister Zi? She was a ruthless character who would attack anyone who said something wrong. Without another word, she would leave everything behind. But in the next moment, she suddenly felt darkness in front of her. When it lit up again, she found herself in Chu Yang's 9 tribulations space against her will. With Minister Chu's current cultivation, he could easily dominate over his 4 wives. Although the 2 women also had a terrifying cultivation above the peak, they were still caught by him before they could even resist. What are you doing? Don't mess around. I'm going to scream. Zi Xieching blushed and stomped her feet. She said angrily, We're still waiting outside to use the Spring of Life. Quick! Before she finished speaking, Chu Yang had already covered her mouth with his lips. The man's voice said, What are you screaming for? I'll see how you're going to scream. Silly girl, how can the Spring of Life be gone? I'm the one who made them lie to you. Now they're working hard outside. We need to do some work too. Work hard? Zi Xieching's face was red. Mo Qingguo covered her face with her hands and only felt that her whole body was burning. You bastard! Zi Xieching's whole body went limp. She was powerless to resist, and her face seemed to be on fire. Bastards are bastards. Minister Chu said shamelessly, I'm not only a bastard, I'm also a hooligan. I'm playing hooligan to you. What about it? Scream, scream. Even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will care about you. It's reasonable and legal for us to play hooligan to you. Zi Xieching moaned, but she didn't know which sensitive part of her body was touched. Her whole body went limp. Mo Qingguo was shocked to see this. She turned and fled, wanting to get away from the trouble. She said in a panic, It's so busy over there, I have to go out and supervise. But she was caught by Chu Yang. He snorted and said, What are you busy with? How can it be more important than here? Little girl, don't even think about running. During this period of time, the 2 of you have discussed to avoid me. Do you think I don't know? If I don't teach you a lesson today, how can I still have any dignity as the head of the Chu clan? Beauty, this big pervert is coming. Then there was a coquettish struggle, and then cough, cough. I'll omit 8 million words here. It was indeed 8 million words. A certain someone was really strong now. His thing was also very strong, and he had held it in for so long. If he really wanted to describe it, 8 million words would be a small number. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was still the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. But the reign of the various great emperors became a short 50 years. In these 50 years, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court developed rapidly. Even Purple Cloud Heavens, which used to be a barren land, had now become a lot more prosperous with cities and towns. On this day, Minister Chu Yang felt something and suddenly gathered all his brothers for a meeting. After the meeting on the same day, Great Emperor Wushang, Great Emperor Duxing, Great Emperor Qianghua, Great Emperor Divine Dragon, Great Emperor Heavenly Mystery, and so on. They all announced their resignation from the position of Heavenly Emperor and gave it to others. Then these dozen or so people disappeared from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court at the same time. Their wives, children, and all their family members disappeared along with them. Don't doubt it. It had been more than 50 years. No one knew where they had gone at all. Someone went to the valley where the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress lived in seclusion, hoping to find out what had happened. But even these two immortal couples didn't know where Minister Chu and the rest had gone. Chu Yang, Zi Xieching, Mo Qinggu, Tai Buti and Wu Qianchan, Gu Duxing, Gu Miaoling, Mo Tianji, Chulur, Dong Wushang, Mo Lei Tan Tan, Xie Danfeng, GMO, Huyan Albua, Luo Kadi, Xinyang, Xie Danqiu, Madame, Aoshi. No one ever saw the figures of these legendary figures again. The entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court started to write books and write biographies praising their achievements. Then, with the continuous gathering of information and the deliberate leaking of some information from the past by the Heavenly Mystery Intelligence Department, the world finally started to understand the details of these legendary figures from various aspects. It turned out that these great emperors and Minister Chu turned out they were indeed legendary. They were indeed legendary. They were practically legends. Everyone who knew about their life stories all said the same thing, without exception. In the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, an entire mountain range was tempered by the combined efforts of 300 Saint Peak-level experts to become a towering yet indestructible stone tablet. If one wanted to destroy the stone tablet, one had to have a strength that exceeded the combined strength of 300 Saint Peak-level experts, and such a person was destined to never appear in this world. The name of this stone tablet was Words of the Minister. In Minister Chu's life, the words he said were all collected by people, and some of the classic sentences were selected. They were carved on it for future generations to worship. And in the process of collecting, everyone who saw the stone tablet felt from the bottom of their hearts that in the legend of Minister Chu's life, there were two words that were most important and most indispensable. Brother. What is a brother? A brother is nothing. A brother is a brother. I hope. When I'm at my peak, my brother is also there. I won't be lonely. I also hope. When my brother is at his peak, I won't let him be lonely. No matter how high my brother and I go, we won't be lonely at the top. I hope to fight for a lifetime of glory with my brother, to become a legend through the ages. I even hope that thousands of years later, we can become legends. If we can become legends, I hope that you will be part of my legend. If you become a legend, then I hope that I will be part of your legend. Because we are brothers. We will never let down the word brother. We will never let down the word brother. After another few decades, Chu Yang and the rest secretly returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Other than meeting up with their close friends, no one else knew. The heroes of the past had actually returned to this land. But all those who were related to Minister Chu and these great emperors, however, after they returned this time, they all disappeared without a trace. Well, probably not all of them. because there was still one person who hadn't disappeared. But now, no one knew that there was such a person. The only exception, until a few years later, there was another turmoil in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. When a doomsday catastrophe swept across the world, there was finally one person who stepped forward and averted the catastrophe. He quelled the catastrophe in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. And this person, with indisputable strength, stepped onto the position that no one else other than Minister Chu had been able to take, the position of minister. It was only then that everyone knew that this new Iron Minister was actually Minister Chu's son. Time passed by slowly and without a trace. In the blink of an eye, many years had already passed. In the vast universe, Chu Yang and the others had become travelers in time and space. Sometimes they would gather together, and sometimes they would disperse and do their own things if they missed each other. They just needed to send a thought to each other, and everyone would gather again. To everyone, this was a very easy thing. And in this long period of time, everyone's cultivation also gradually increased, gradually reaching a kind of realm that even cultivators couldn't understand. But Chu Yang and the rest still believed in one sentence: the Great Tao has no end. We only need to move forward, keep moving forward. We don't need to think about our own goals. A realm that we can't understand doesn't mean that our predecessors can't understand it. And it doesn't mean that future generations can't understand it either. Until one day, when Emo Qingwu was traveling, she accidentally got into a battle with a mysterious monster. Qingwu Dream Saber slashed casually and actually chopped down hundreds of stars in the sky. It was only then that everyone truly realized what kind of realm their cultivation had reached. Another day, Chu Yang brought his wives to a planet that they had never been to before. It was a blue planet. It was picturesque. Chu Yang had never been here before, but he inexplicably felt that this place was very familiar, as if this was his home, that kind of feeling. So he decided to stay here. He stayed there for several decades, until one day Chu Yang, who was fishing by the seaside, suddenly felt a strange fluctuation. When he turned his head to look, he saw a young man in white standing behind him. He squinted his eyes and said, "Hey, kid, do you want to fight with me?" This guy who had suddenly arrived was tall and handsome. It could be said that he was a rare handsome man in the world. However, his face was full of evil aura, and his whole body was full of evil aura. He was overflowing with a sense of lawlessness and unbridled arrogance from the inside out. Chu Yang didn't hesitate, nor was he surprised. He smiled calmly and slowly pulled out his sword. "I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. I've also been waiting for you for a long time." The young man in white laughed wildly and said, "Since you've been waiting for a long time, then what are you waiting for? Come, let me teach you a lesson. Let's fight in the sky, and I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. There's always someone better than you." Before he finished speaking, the two had already gone up to the 9 heavens. Chu Yang drew his sword and said, "Please." Chu Yang really didn't know how many years it had been since the 9 tribulations. Sword appeared again. The long-lost 9 tribulations. Sword reappeared in the world. But before the 9 tribulations, sword reappeared. Strictly speaking, before Chu Yang finished speaking, the young man in white had already attacked. The white-robed youth had already launched an attack. It was actually a sneak attack. Chu Yang somersaulted out and said angrily, "Damn it. A cultivator at your level actually dares to use sneak attacks. Don't you have any shame?" This was really unimaginable. This fellow's cultivation was clearly unfathomable, and he had fought him head-on. He faced him head-on and lost more than he won. Such a powerful guy actually used a sneak attack on him. This world was really big, and there were all kinds of strange things. There was really nothing that couldn't be thought of. Tisk, whenever I can save some energy, I'll save some energy. The young man in white didn't have the slightest bit of embarrassment on his face. He said with an evil aura, "In this world, there's only one thing that's the most important. Do you know what it is?" Chu Yang asked, "What is it?" "Damn it. You sneak attacked again." With a PU sound, his butt was actually kicked. It turned out that this guy deliberately used words to attract Chu Yang's attention. However, another sneak attack came. A doppelganger kicked Chu Yang's buttocks from behind at lightning speed. This kick was really ruthless. It directly kicked Chu Yang tens of thousands of miles away. It had been too long. Chu Yang had been invincible for too long. It had really been too long since he was in such a sorry state. While he was still tossing and turning, the young man in white had already caught up. He laughed and said, "The most important thing is, I want to have fun." Even though Chu Yang's self-cultivation had reached the point where he wouldn't be moved even if the universe was destroyed in front of him, he couldn't help but be speechless at this moment. He grimaced and said, "Since that's the case, let's officially start fighting." As he spoke, he clapped his hands and said, "Brothers, let's attack together. Beat this guy up. Beat him up. Beat him up with all your might." At his command, Guduxing, Dongwushang, Tan Tan, Mo Tianji, Xiedanqiong, Ao Xiun, Gmo, Rui, Butong. A large group of people suddenly flashed out of the void. All of them, from top to bottom, started to surround and attack without even saying a word. No, they were ganging up on him. Seeing this, the young man in white didn't turn pale with fright. He shouted, "What the fuck? Chu Yang, you're really not kind. You keep blaming me for sneak attacks, but you actually set up a powerful ambush here yourself. Do you still have any shame?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "In this world, the most important thing is, I want to have fun." Hearing this, the young man in white was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. "You're a fast learner. You're impressive." He raised his head, and a domineering aura suddenly erupted from his body. He raised his head and said arrogantly, "Chu Yang, remember this. I am Jun Mo Xia." This kind of aura that surpassed both ancient and modern times caused everyone's hearts to tremble. In their long lives, they had never seen a second person with this kind of aura. For a moment, they were all stunned by his aura and couldn't attack at all. Right at this moment, a person chuckled and suddenly appeared in front of Jun Mo Xia in a flash. He suddenly exclaimed with a face full of shock. Jun Mo Xia was also surprised. He asked, "What's wrong?" That person asked in shock, "Do you think I'm handsome?" Jun Mo Xia was stunned. "What?" Tan Tan continued to persevere and persistently asked, "Look at me. Don't I look too handsome?" Jun Mo Xia frowned and said angrily, "Go away!" Tan continued to ask in shock, "Do you think I'm handsome? Am I handsome? Do you honestly think I'm handsome? Am I very handsome? Say something. Do you think I'm handsome?" Jun Mo Xia's brows twitched, and in that instant he was actually a little confused. Chu Yang and the rest instantly swayed. This guy Tan has unexpectedly broken the deadlock at this critical moment. It didn't take long for Tan to make trouble for no reason. He had asked 300 to 400 random questions. Am I handsome or not? Do you honestly think I'm handsome or not? Touch your own chest. Do you think I'm handsome or not? Jun Mo Xia was stunned for a moment. Then he raised his head and sighed. Oh my God! In that instant, the evil monarch of this generation, the undefeated evil monarch, was actually unable to do anything to this shameless person. Tan was still prattling on. Do you think I'm handsome or not? Wait a minute. You can fight with us, but you have to make it clear first. Am I handsome or not? Don't run. Am I handsome or not? Am I more handsome than before? Say something. Don't run. Stop. Stop right there for me. The end of the book. 3 years of pride with tears in my smile. 3 years of pride side by side. I don't know what to say. It's 3 in the morning. After typing the last ellipsis, my heart seems to have suddenly become empty. I love pride. I love every character in Pride. I can't bear to end it. After typing the words at the end of the book, I even have a strong urge to erase these words and continue writing. Write another 1,000,000, another 5 million, another 8 million. Really, my emotions are in a mess. The moment I finished writing, I stretched out my leg and the thermos beside me exploded. I didn't burn myself, but I didn't move. I just sat there, thinking, I still want to explode. I still want to snatch votes. Minister Chu is still Minister Chu. Mo Tianji is still Mo Tianji. Mo Qingwu is still Mo Qingwu. I'll rest for a few days before writing this. My emotions are in a mess right now, and it's very uncomfortable.